Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. How are you? Welcome. Greetings. All that. What's up? My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, grippy hugs.
Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
And if you'd like to join us, please do. In whatever way you see fit, there are people. I know join us is very vague. It runs the whole gamut, and I guess that's okay. There are some people who their joining us constitutes nonstop criticism, name-calling, whatever. That's great. Don't care. You got to do way better than that. But whatever you want to do, you want to call us, do that. You want to stare at Poundcake, do that. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Send me a text if you like. 35192 is the place to do that. AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. Stare at Poundcake. Is that one of your Dunkin' cups? They gave us all these Dunkin' cups.
No, it's Starbucks, actually. It's my boyfriend's coffee that he left at my house last night. And so I wanted to take advantage of it.
Mm-hmm.
I got a long day.
He left coffee at your house last night.
Yeah.
That's a classic trick. You come back. Oh, I left something at your place. It's my freezing cold coffee. I got to come by and get it today.
He's left several things at my apartment.
I'm sure he has.
And he's taken clothes, too. Like
his dignity.
Remember yesterday when I said bitches love stealing hoodies? Well, he's one of the bitches that love stealing hoodies because he got one of my jean jacket hoodies that I like. And every time he comes over, he's like, man, I really like this. I'm like, I'm never going to get it back, am I?
And you guys are the same size.
Oh, I love it.
Means you double your wardrobe.
This is actually his shirt. He bought this shirt for himself, but it didn't look as good on him as it did on me.
White on brown. You cannot top white on brown.
And so,
literally and figuratively.
Yeah, it hugs my physique a lot better. So
that is the beautiful part. And it's an old Seinfeld bit, but it really is. It bears repeating. It's the beautiful part of being a gay couple is you double your wardrobe.
Yes.
Us straight guys dating girls like this, not, and by the way.
Oh, my girlfriend's got plenty of new clothes, but I don't.
But I mean, like, you can't, it's not the same size.
Right. But she likes to wear my hoodies and all that stuff. She does all that.
Right, but I'm saying you couldn't wear anything of hers.
No, not at all. Not even, like maybe a shirt as a hat.
Nothing more embarrassing than if you fit into some of your girlfriend's clothes. That's not, there's a part of your brain you're like, yeah, I still got it. But there's another part of your brain that goes, there's nothing masculine about
Some
that.
guys would wear girl jeans.
You want to put yourself in a, what's that?
Some guys, that was like a thing back in the day, wasn't it? That guys used to wear girl jeans.
Yeah, but that's different. Jeans are a whole other thing. I'm talking about, like, if your girlfriend throws you a T-shirt and you fit into it, you're like, oh, okay. Unless you have a giant girlfriend, in which case, whatever. There's other things going on, but...
It's a huge bitch.
Yeah, that's big bitch. That's a big bitch. Here's a message that came in on the iHeartRadio app. First one of the show today.
Cody mentioned private jets, and I guess if you got the money, it must be nice to skip security, but I've got a client out here that I do work for, and they actually own their own private jet, but still, it's more than $15,000 for the two of them to do a one-way trip from Ohio to Florida, and nothing's provided. I mean, they're out there buying their own mini bottles of booze and, food for the flight. I'm sure it's nice, but I don't know if it's worth it.
$15,000? Is that just in gas?
God, I can't believe
$15,000.
You provide your own food.
You wouldn't want to do that? You were just talking about how you'd be ordering the stewardess around to get your food.
But I wouldn't buy a
like
jet
they got a live
then.
kitchen on there. Well, no, understood.
That's like buying a Ferrari and then not being able to afford gas or insurance. Like, you wouldn't do that if you couldn't afford it. So,
there are all kinds of people who are house poor, my friend.
Well, that's
They've spent all their money on a massive house. They got nothing left to put things in it.
Or you live in the ghetto, but you drive a Mercedes. Like, why don't you get yourself up out the ghetto? Well, then I couldn't afford my Mercedes. Well, then you can't afford a Mercedes. What do you mean?
Well, all kinds of people are spending money they don't have. That's the American way. Spending money they don't have. I guess I didn't realize, because I've never flown a PJ, I didn't know that how do you skip security?
You go in a different part of the airport. You don't go through the airport.
No, I understand that, but they still have to check your things, I imagine. You just walk out of the tarmac and onto your...
You kind of do, I believe.
There'd be all kinds of... That would be the biggest loophole in aviation, is just renting
Well, I mean, they have
jet.
to check you, but it's not like secure. Like, it's the crew that checks it or whatever.
Is that true?
And I think what they mean by skipping security is you're not in line for security. You're going through sort of it.
I understand that. I'm just saying skipping security to me means you're not checked.
I'm sure
before
you're checked
you get on the flight.
Because there's been guys that have gotten in trouble. Like Ron White tells a story about how he was traveling with weed and he was arrested when he landed in Florida.
Right.
And still made it to the show, though.
All right. This must have been a while ago before it was illegal in so many places.
Yeah, this is probably 15 years ago or so.
There you go. Well, yeah, because, I mean, you walk out onto the thing and somebody's got to be checking you.
I mean, I don't know for sure, but I think it's a much more relaxed process. I know a lot of comics that have worked with that have, do private stuff now, but I don't know the exact process. I've never done it either.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I've never flown a private jet because you know why, Bill? Because I'm a man of the people. That's why. And so you'll see me on commercial and people will go, "Oh my God, how is Alan Cox?" And back here in coach. And I go, "That's right. I'm putting my backpack under the seat in front of me. I'm maybe putting something in the overhead bin. I'm probably even checking a bag. You won't even find me in 1ST class." I think that's how it's pronounced. You won't even find me in 1ST class.
There's levels to my boushiness. I would not just ride in any old private jet. Like,
any old private
because
jet.
There's some that look like there's room
but
inside.
it's still a private jet.
It's not.
Nobody can see it. Nobody can see it at cruising altitude and go, "What's that janky piece of crap that Poundcake's in?"
Like the ones where you have to kneel down to get into your seat. It's not really an aisleway. It's just kind of like a little tube. Wouldn't do that type of jet. And it needs to have like a functional bathroom. Some of them don't have bathrooms. Like, I want mine to be.
I think per FAA code, you have to have a bathroom on an airplane.
I think it depends on the size of the.
Huh?
Maybe a jet, but not on every airplane.
Well, not a puddle jumper.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going from Miami to San Juan, there's no bathroom because it's you and 4 other people with your luggage between your knees, hoping you don't crash into the ocean. But
the ones
if you're talking a private jet, there ain't going to be a private jet without a bathroom.
The plane that I feel like the plane that Aaliyah was in was like one of those.
Well, they were cutting all kinds of corners on that plane. I mean,
but it was like one of those. It was a private jet, but it was like an island plane. And
I mean, according to that guy who left us the message, there's no way you're going to spend $15,000 to go from Ohio. And just, don't miss the subtext there. That's how badly people want to get out of Ohio. It costs you $15,000 to get from Ohio to Florida. There's no way you're going to have a jet that doesn't have a bathroom on it.
Yeah. And
you got to hold it till we get to Tampa.
And
sorry.
I
got a bucket here.
Yeah. I told you not to have the brisket for lunch.
What do you think the puddle is we're jumping over?
I wonder how much it was to get from Cleveland to Pittsburgh, because I was like where my friend.
Probably 15 minutes. In a plane, it's a 2.5-hour drive.
How much? Yeah.
Oh, how much money?
Yeah. I want to know how much it was.
I'll find out.
He said he would take frequent
Your
trips.
friend. Yeah, well, maybe they get a bulk rate.
Maybe. That could be possible.
I got a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. All the things I told you about mere minutes ago. If you want to leave messages on the iHeartRadio app, you can do it there, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio. The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Every September, the biggest names in music take the stage at our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Taylor Swift, Green Day, Rihanna,
2 nights.
Mariah Carey,
on one stage.
Billie Eilish, Carrie Underwood, Elton John.
Once-in-a-lifetime collaborations like
Can you believe this?
Lady Gaga and Sting,
Lisa here. How you doing?
Florida Georgia Line and Backstreet Boys,
Such an amazing honor.
Mary J. Blige and Prince,
Mary, pleasure's all mine.
Justin Timberlake and Shawn Mendes,
Never done this before.
No Doubt and
Freddie Prinze Jr. from the Wrestling with Freddie podcast.
All of the mind-blowing content.
$20,000.
Awesome. All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
Are the days getting longer? Or does this show just make it feel that way?
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Saw these guys on Saturday night at the House of Blues. They're called After the Burial. They're pretty good. They're opening that Spirit Box tour, which ends tonight in Minneapolis, which is this band's hometown. So that'd be fun for them. But boy, does the singer talk a lot. I don't know who the singer is now. After the Burial is a band that's had a lot of lineup changes over the years. Just when they were kind of coming up, like their guitar player committed suicide, something like that. This dude was talking in between every song. You know, over the pandemic, I realized, okay, bro, we all were quarantined and, you know, he was talking a lot. Now, I think, I don't know, maybe it's because you're screaming through all your songs, you got to catch your breath in between. But there are plenty of bands that sound like that. They're not doing all that talking. So I don't know, maybe they were excited. Maybe it was just excitement. I don't know. But the other guys in the band were like, let's play, man. You know, we're in an opening slot here. We only get, you know, maybe 40 minutes or whatever. They were good, but the dude was talking a lot. A lot of opportunities, because I was kind of posted up along the wall on the main floor, because it was a sold-out show, and I missed the first band, so by the time I got there, the pickings were slim. And I don't want to stand. I'm not one of those people that stands in front of someone, you know. So I kind of posted up against the wall there near the main bar and the main floor. So I still had pretty good eye line. But this dude gave me a lot of opportunities to walk back and get a drink. He's chatting everybody up. So maybe it's just excitement. I don't know. This Saturday night, another episode of 2 Hours to Midnight. It's our weekly metal show. I'm your host along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. It is 2 hours of nothing but metal. All different kinds. Stuff you guys request. Local bands that will play for you. So if you're in a local band, you want to submit your stuff, make sure it's clean for air. Can't believe I have to tell people that, but I do. Make sure it's clean for air. And maybe it'll get on. Local music from Assault and Vadiat this weekend. A couple of local bands. And then just other stuff that we dig and want to play. So you'll see the playlists on the 2 Hours to Midnight Facebook page or at WMMS.com. It is only a live show. There's no podcast version of it. So 10 to midnight on Saturdays. Hopefully there's not going to be any goddamn Guardians rain delay or anything like that. That has jammed us up more than a few times. And the way these guys are playing, I'd hate to get preempted for a Guardians game. But Saturday night, it's a 6:10 pitch here at home. So let's hope they're all done by 10 o'clock so we can get to something good. They're getting the pants beat off them around the corner by the Tigers again.
Yeah.
5-0 in the top of the sixth.
They won last night, though.
They can't get anything going against these Tigers.
They won last night.
2-0.
They won.
Okay.
A win's a win.
Yeah, I know a win's a win, but I mean, if you're on the team, you're Tito. He's like, yeah, there's no partying in the locker room these days. Yeah, we know. Better not be. Anywho, and listen, Tigers on my wife's team. She's happy, but 5-0. Come on, man. Anyway, Guardians doing that now. Off tomorrow. Still at home for this weekend. They'll play the Angels of Anaheim. If you're an Angels fan. And quite frankly, why wouldn't you be? I mean, they're okay right now.
Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah, number 2 in the West.
Trout.
Yep.
It's a good team.
That's right. They are a good team right now.
They started off not doing great, but now they're getting it together.
Listen, you know, when you're paying that kind of money, when you're getting literally these heavy hitters, these guys that can just go out there and do anything, you want to make sure that they're doing what you pay them to do. Hey, listen, some of you aren't even old enough to remember this. Poundcake's probably not. There used to be something called MTV News.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
In the early days of MTV, they got a guy named Kurt Loder, who comparatively to the other people on MTV, he was like the old guy. I think he was 39. But he was supposed to lend them some gravitas. He was a longtime columnist for Rolling Stone. He was a music author and critic. I don't know if the guy could actually play a note.
It was one of those things, though, when Kurt Loder showed up, your butthole clenched a little bit because you're like, okay, who died? What band broke up?
You were worried.
Yeah. He showed up a lot of times with bad news.
He was the guy that told us that Kurt Cobain died.
Yeah.
Famously on April 8th, 1994.
Hi, I'm Kurt Loder with an MTV News special report on a very sad day. Kurt Cobain, the leader of one of rock's most gifted and promising bands, Nirvana, is dead, and this is the story as we know it so far. Cobain's body was found in a house in Seattle on Friday morning. He was dead of an apparently self-inflicted shotgun blast to the head. Police found what is said to be a suicide note at the scene, but have not yet divulged its contents. Cobain, who was 27, had reportedly been missing for about 6 days, according to his mother.
Yeah. At that time, Kurt Loder would have been about 49 years old. He is 78 years old right now. Looks every minute of it. But he was like the main guy over there on MTV News. And then they would bring other people in who kind of made their name. They had a woman named Tabitha Soren, if you remember her.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
They had, oh, God, who was the other girl that got to be a big deal? Allison somebody. She went to, like, go work for PBS or something like that. But some people really made their bones with MTV News as kind of a counterbalance for everything that was going on. But you may have read stories about how all of these streaming companies and these media companies are just slashing workforce because they're like, ooh, we've got to save some money. And that always comes in the form of firing people. And MTV is part of the Paramount umbrella. And so to slash part of their U.S. workforce, they have completely shuttered MTV News. That is, they're cutting their U.S. workforce by 25%. And so 1 out of every 4 people over there, Paramount's getting fired. And so the entire MTV News division. Now, I haven't watched MTV since Jersey Shore, but MTV has not been a home to music videos for a long time. I will admit to complete ignorance that MTV News even still existed.
Yeah, I had no idea. I thought MTV News went away in like when the Countdown show went away, like around then, when they were just completely giving up on being a music channel.
I was going to say, do you think that was a part of their demise?
TRL.
Because when they stopped playing music, like I used to watch, I think the last couple years I was in high school was the last couple years that they stopped playing music. Because I used to watch them every morning when I would get up for school, and that was the only time they ever played like music.
Well, yeah, because it's not like MTV News became news about reality shows. MTV News was music news, and so if you're not playing music videos, who cares? Because back then they had MTV News, they had The Week in Rock, they had all of these things that were under that umbrella, and so that's being completely done away with. Kurt Loder hasn't been with MTV in a long, long time. But they are going away. That was the intro.
Yeah. You
1988.
hear that, you go, ooh.
Oh, hey, there's going to be some news coming. I'm going to learn something
What's
here.
going on with Michael Jackson now?
This is MTV News. For the first time since Wham! toured
Bruce Springsteen's getting remarried. What?
here 3 years ago, George Michael will be playing outdoor stadiums in the U.S. on the just.
That's what constituted music news. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee, George Michael, will be playing. Imagine if you had told Kurt Loder in 1988, someday George Michael will be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I think that would.
He would have had a Bill O'Reilly style meltdown right there live on MTV News. He would have flipped out.
Just announced final leg of his current tour. These are the October dates, and as you can see, with the exception of the Summit Arena in Houston, all the shows are at 50,000 plus.
I don't know what
stadiums.
that means to play us out.
Michael's Monkey single has just arrived at the top of the Billboard chart, putting him in the rarefied company of Michael Jackson and Whitney Houston.
Monkey single? What's Monkey single? What is that? What's Monkey single?
Just Monkey single.
Oh, the song Monkey.
Oh,
Yo,
yeah.
Monkey.
Yeah.
I got you. Okay. I thought Monkey single was something.
The only other performers to score 4 #1 singles from the same album. That's the news for now. Stay tuned for more music on MTV.
MTV News. You hear it first.
They did that Wiki, which was from Aerosmith and Run DMC's Walk This Way. But they also had another version that used Megadeth in it. And MTV was really slick, boy. They'd say, you hear it, and then they had the bass line from a Megadeth song called Peace Sells, But Who's Buying? It would go doon, da doon, da doon. Remember that?
Yeah.
You hear it doon, da doon first. And Dave Mustaine said over the years, he goes, we never got a penny for that from MTV because they stopped the riff
right before they'd have to pay.
Before they'd have to pay.
They know
them.
what they're doing.
That is really, man. It's legal. It's
fair use.
Pretty clever. It's fair use.
But that's one of those things
It's also pretty scummy, too.
It is scummy, but they know what they're doing. But also, did it help people become aware of that?
No.
Maybe.
Of Megadeth?
Yeah.
No. You either knew about, if you weren't watching Hey Bangers Ball, you weren't paying attention to Megadeth from the MTV News. It wasn't like you could go back then and Google, what's the bass line from in the MTV News outro? But anyway, MTV News, which none of us even knew was still around, is now not. So update your calendars accordingly. If you listen on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do it. If you're out of state, let me know. Jessica listens in Manhattan. She's in Hell's Kitchen. Sean is in Indianapolis. Dan listens in Burgettstown, Pennsylvania, out by Starlake Amphitheater. Tim's in Grand Rapids. And Derek is in Houston, Mississippi.
Hey, gang, listening to the show yesterday, had to laugh at the baby uncle statement. I am a father of 3 adult children, and oops, had a 4th just a year ago. And I also have a grandchild. So my grandkid calls his uncle baby uncle.
Nice.
Oops.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Oops. Baby uncle. It's real. Real life stuff. Boy, imagine that. You got grown kids. You go, oh, well, okay.
I mean, your kids have a gap, but it's not that egregious. Once you got a baby uncle, that's when things get wild.
Baby uncle. Things get wild with baby uncle. Yep. Hey, Gaylord.
Hi.
Audience wants me to do a Gaylord moratorium because his cadence is so stilted. But I like talking to Gaylord.
Oh, well, I love talking to you guys.
I know.
Mr. Cox, I wanted to ask you a question. If you had ever heard of the group Rare Earth.
Yeah, from Detroit, Michigan.
Right.
Yeah.
And I had taken drum lessons from the drummer, Peter Rivera.
Oh, good for you.
Cheetah Rivera, the old dancer?
Yeah.
You took drum lessons from Cheetah Rivera? Wow. She's like 90, isn't she?
Well, no. Peter, he is still kicking and doing a lot.
Go
What's
ahead.
that?
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Sorry. He is still kicking and doing a lot of music, and his voice is great, and his drum style is fantastic. Now, I know it's not the heavy metal or the music that you play.
Gaylord, I hope this isn't all building up to ask me to play Rare Earth on 2 Hours to Midnight, because I reject that on principle. I will not compromise. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just asked if you had ever heard of them, and
yes,
if you had ever
they got the Rare Earth got the name. Rare Earth got the name drop in The Revolution Will Not Be Televised. Remember The Revolution Will Not Be Televised? The Gil Scott Heron. The Revolution will not be televised. It will not be. You know, back in the 70s, he name dropped Rare Earth as some. I don't know if he didn't like him or what, but it's all a deep dive, Gaylord. We've just lost 40% of the audience.
The drum solo that Peter Rivera did on Get Ready was phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of course, other drummers nowadays do a lot more. But I just wondered what your thoughts were on different styles of music. Apparently, you have a very phenomenal education in music. You have to be when you're in your job. But
apparently, you've never heard Poundcake's musical knowledge before. You don't have to have that.
Well, he's a great guy, but he makes me laugh when you two get going.
That's what he's here for, Gaylord.
And he's a good friend of mine. I really like him. But you guys all are my family. And Bill, I want to come to one of your shows and introduce myself.
Okay, I got some coming up.
Can you carve out an hour, Bill?
Yeah, I got plenty of time. What else am I doing?
Okay, there you go.
Oh yeah, I got some shows. You're out west though, right? You're out near.
He's in Wellington.
Wellington, yeah. So
Wellington, and
close.
I would love to be able to see you, sir.
Well, I don't have anything out that way right now, but I do get out to some of those places out that way occasionally. So I will let you know when I have something out west like that, out near Wellington.
I hope Mary.
Oh, right.
Thank you, Gaylord. I got to move on here, pal, but thanks. This is his drum teacher from Rare Earth. I don't know if this constitutes solo, but I mean, he's got some accompaniment there, but there you go. I think most people remember I Just Want to Celebrate from Rare Earth, but other than that, boy, what a deep, deep dive there from Gaylord. Rare Earth. You know, I was thinking I like talking to Gaylord, and then about 30 seconds in, I'm like, I mean, I do like talking to him. He said Poundcake is a great friend of his. That's amazing. I didn't know that the two... Are you and McBoyfriend hanging out with Gaylord?
We're not.
A little on the nose, isn't it? I mean...
I'm just gay, and I call my boyfriend Lord when we're in the...
Yes, Lord.
In the moment. Yeah.
Sire, like a vampire?
Yeah.
You were doing yesterday?
People love the sire.
Sire. Oh, they love it.
But
that's right.
I think he feels a connection with me because I'm from his neck of the woods.
Wellington is by Oberlin?
Right underneath, yeah. That's my second home. I have my aunt and my cousin lives in.
Why did I think Oberlin? I don't know. I suck at geography. I was thinking Wellington was east.
No, Wellington is south of Oberlin. It's the furthest
Lorain County, right?
Southernmost point of Lorain County.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that where the county fair is?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I think I know where Wellington is.
Yep, I got an aunt and cousin in Wellington, family in all over Lorain County, Lorain, Elyria.
I've had Bill makes a mean beef Wellington. We were talking about that last week. Was that born there?
Yeah.
Was the dish born in Wellington, Ohio?
It's not from Wellington. It's not from England.
It's not?
Yeah, it's from Wellington, Ohio.
Well, but I can't imagine. I'm going to go with that because I can't imagine there's any notable dishes from England. I mean, anything that has still stood the test of time, people go, oh, yeah, that's great. That doesn't come from, there's no English food that's holding up that long. So I'm going to say that Wellington, Ohio, birthed beef Wellington. I'm going to go with that.
I'm cool with that.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, Wellington.
Poundcake's second home. His first home, Oberlin. Mm-hmm. I thought your second home was at the University of Akron.
No.
Because you had so many memories there. You had so many good times there.
That is, I lived there for 5 years, so that was the longest I've ever lived in a place, but it's not my home. My home is where I grew up and where my heart is.
Mm-hmm.
It's wherever my mom lives.
This says Wellington has one sister city. You know how cities will have sister cities around the world, and major cities will have dozens of sister cities. Wellington has one. It's Crieff, Scotland, in the UK, is the one sister city of Wellington, Ohio. Hence, the name of their dish, beef Crieff. I guess it'd be... no, listen, beef Wellington. See, Wellington, Ohio sent them their recipe for their beef dish, and it became, over in the UK, beef Crieff. Not to be confused with the rapper Chief Keef, who is awesome, but I don't know how good he is in the kitchen. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text for something, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where the pictures will fly through the air. And we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Why'd you come in here looking like that in your cowboy boots and your painted on jeans, all decked out like a cowgirl's dream? Why'd you come in here looking like that?
You know who this is, Poundcake?
Here comes my baby.
She's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Oh, sorry, I don't even hear you. Sorry. Who is it?
Dolly Parton?
Yeah, that's correct. It's Dolly Parton.
I was going to say, I was like, bitch, I screamed it.
Sorry.
Help!
Sorry.
That
I'm trapped in this corner fart studio. Sorry, I had that was pilot error. No, you're absolutely correct. Dolly Parton, who is in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and she said at the time, she initially rebuffed their invitation to induct her, and then I guess she thought she's nothing if not polite, and so thought, well, if I'm going to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, then I need to earn it. And so she has put together her first rock album. Have you seen the photos from Rockstar, from her forthcoming rock album?
I saw the cover, that's it.
There's a cover, there's photos. She's got like an Ace Frehley star eye patch in one, another one she's on a motorcycle in the fog, and there's one where listen, it's Dolly Parton, so she looks amazing. But it's going to be a huge, I guess she figured, okay, fine, I'll do this. I'll get it all done in one fell swoop. So It's going to be what's that?
One fatal swoop.
According to Poundcake, one fatal swoop. That's right. And so Rockstar is going to be a double disc, 4-album, 30-track release.
Hell yeah.
30 songs, 9 originals. The rest of them are covers with a whole lot of collaborators. Apparently no one under 40 knows Dolly Parton because there's nobody she's collaborating with that's particularly young or, but, you know, a lot of crowd pleasers in this thing. She basically reunites the Beatles. She's got Paul and Ringo on one of these tracks. They do Let It Be with her and Peter Frampton and Mick Fleetwood. So, yeah, it's an all-star cast. Gary Rossington from Lynyrd Skynyrd, who recently died, he's got a posthumous collab with her. They do Freebird with Dolly and Artemis Pyle. And so, yeah, she's got a whole, it does Heart of Glass with Debbie Harry, and Rob Halford's on this, and Nikki Sixx, and Pat Benatar, and Dolly do Heartbreaker. So it's mostly her doing covers with people who did the song, but there's a handful of original songs in there. So I guess she figured, I'll just do one rock album, shut all y'all up, and then I'll move on. She's got a song called Either Or, featuring Kid Rock on there, which just goes to show you that some people transcend in pop culture. Some people transcend politics. They transcend genre. You're hard-pressed to I don't know how she's done it. It's equal parts longevity and equal parts having an open heart and an open mind. You'll never hear anybody talk smack on Dolly Parton. So Kid Rock, John Fogerty, Steven Tyler, Stevie Nicks. She does Purple Rain.
Oh, I would love to hear that.
Obviously, she can't collaborate with Prince, as he is, let me check my notes, dead. So, yeah, a lot of tracks on this. So if you're somebody who's been waiting with bated breath. Now, listen, I love Dolly Parton. We all know how this album's going to sound. She's not, she's not hooking up with Ronnie Radke for any, metalcore covers or anything like that. She's doing Keep On Loving You with Kevin Cronin, longtime frontman for REO Speedwagon. I think probably the youngest person on this album with her is Brandi Carlile, who's like 41 or 42 years old. I mean, Dolly Parton's pushing 80, so everybody on here is a young whippersnap, right? If you're 40, you're like half her age. You're like, you damn kids. She does Stairway to Heaven with Lizzo, who's in town here Friday night. She's doing a
really?
Romo Fijo, yeah. Lizzo, and it says Sasha Flute. I assume that is her alter ego. Remember when Beyonce tried Sasha Fierce on for about 5 minutes? I guess Lizzo's hat tip to that is Sasha Flute.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Is it? Listen, I think calling yourself Lizzo is just fine. What's with the alter ego? Your whole hook is you play the flute. You play it harder?
She dances while she plays the flute.
Well, you kind of got to.
It's called the bitch flute.
You can't stand there and play the flute.
Stomp around.
Yeah, there's nothing dynamic about that. You've got to move around while you're playing the flute. You ever watch somebody sit still? You know, I go to a lot of orchestral performances because my daughter's at the School of Music at Michigan State, so I sit through a lot of these. You ever watch somebody sit or stand and play the flute?
Very boring.
Oh, my God. So, yeah, you better run your ass around. I mean, at least Ian Anderson, even in Jethro Tull, he stood on one leg, which is super lame. But at the time, they were like, people were so focused that there's a guy playing a flute in a rock band. They didn't care what he's standing there like a flamingo. But Lizzo, first of all, she's not going to stand on one leg.
You don't know that? She might for a moment. Why not?
Because
why?
She's a woman of large carriage. And I imagine...
I'm a large guy. I can stand on one leg.
While you play a whole song on the flute?
Yes.
A
kazoo, at least.
You ain't as big as Lizzo. I'm just saying that when you're performing, the center of gravity there is going to kind of exert itself on you in different ways. I guess, okay, so Lizzo is the youngest person on the Dolly record. She's 35. I thought Lizzo was like 22. I know she was almost 40. Man, good for her. If you can get in, people start paying attention to you like before you're 40 in popular music. That's a big deal.
Well, I mean, that's usually if they don't pay attention to you before you're 40, it ain't going to happen.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You age out.
Yeah.
I know she's been putting out records for a while, but people really didn't start to notice her until a few years ago. So, anyway. So, listen, the Dolly Parton record is called Rockstar, and she's making good on, I guess, a promise to the people who wanted her in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, because she initially said, I can't do that. I don't have the bona fides, if you will, to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And then she thought better of it and thought, well, then somebody probably told her this is a great opportunity for you to do something like this, do a rock record. So she has spent the last year making this record. She got inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And if you're Dolly Parton's people, there's not a single person you're going to call that's going to turn you down. So you basically have the pop culture Rolodex at your disposal, and they'll come and do it. So Rockstar is going to be out on November 17th on Dolly Parton's own record label. It'll be out 30 songs, 2 compact discs, 4 albums. You know, these days, ironically, the albums are more important to people than the compact discs. You know, people kind of got back into buying turntables and albums and things. It's probably harder for a lot of people to locate a compact disc player, strangely enough. Tomorrow night, Dolly Parton will be hosting the 2023 Academy of Country Music Awards with Garth Brooks. I've been checking to see what shows are in.
He did a rock album. How'd that work out? Is he going to
Chris
get a rock
Gaines?
Hall? Put Chris Gaines in the Rock Hall right now.
I never heard any of the Chris Gaines music. The cover told me all I need to know. I appreciate him.
Does it exist anywhere? Can you?
I'm sure it's probably streaming or something. I appreciate him taking that swing, but I don't know what the music sounded like. Did it sound? Was it a rock?
Yeah.
Music? Okay.
I would pull some up. I think it's on YouTube.
Chris Gaines' greatest hits.
Is that 0 songs?
Well, I'm just seeing what came up here. Hold on, let me...
Looks like
I mean, he didn't look bad. People were laughing at him because he didn't look like Garth Brooks, but he didn't look bad.
But
he's got a good face. He was skinnier.
We just knew it was Garth Brooks trying to look all Matchbox 20.
He had the swoopy emo hair, and I mean, you got to give him credit for trying to...
It's a little soul patch.
Lost in You is this song.
There's no more waiting, holding out for love.
Okay, so he just looks different, and he's singing in a higher register. I mean, that's not a rock record. But to a country artist, you're like, I'm going to completely change it up. And then it's all like, acoustic guitars and stuff. Now, we were looking to see who was in town because we're going to be in Vegas the week of July 4th, looking to see who's in town. And I was assuming, I'm like, well, the week of the 4th, it's all going to be like fireworks crap and whatever Vegas shows are in there. We're not really into like Vegas shows. So I want to see what bands were in town. We're just going to miss Nickelback. Just going to miss the back. That's what the fans call them. The back. The back bacon, because they're Canadian. Just going to miss them. Hey, John.
Yes.
What's up?
Yeah, so you guys were talking about flying in the laboratories, and I have a story. A few months ago, I was flying to Orlando, and the size of these laboratories on Spirit Airlines, like I'm a pretty large guy, so I always get a first-class seat because they're big enough for me to sit. And so the story, I normally don't eat anything before I go on flights, but I was extremely hungry, so I stopped at Brubaker's Bagels, and I got a large coffee, and I had a really greasy breakfast sandwich. And as I'm walking down Concourse C, I go to get on my plane. They're starting to load the plane, and so I know I didn't have any time, but I could feel my stomach starting to gurgle, and I had to be at this business meeting. I could not miss this flight. So I had to get on the plane, and I get in my seat, and I say, before we get on the runway, I was like, to the stewardess, I've got to use the bathroom extremely bad. And she said, sir, you cannot until we get up in the air and the seatbelt light is off. So we get up in the air, and finally I rush to the toilet. I'm right there at the front of the plane, and there's only one lavatory in the entire plane. And I see some other people approaching as I'm going in, so oh no, this is going to be a while. Well, I'm 310 pounds, okay? And just to get in that thing was extremely difficult. As you sit down, the toilet paper is right next to the wall. I could barely squeeze between the wall, and my legs were trapping the toilet paper. So I had the worst diarrhea. I mean, call it nerves, call it whatever. When I fly, I get nervous, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Well, so I'm finished with my business. It took me a good 10, 15 minutes. People are knocking on the lavatory. There's only one. People are asking, sir, are you okay? I was
going to say, why are people knock? I hate when people knock on that. Listen, most people eat terribly. It takes them a long time to evacuate their bowels or whatever. I don't know why people are knocking on the lavatory door. Like, there's nobody dead in there. It's just taking somebody a long time to finish. It's so rude to knock on the door. It says occupado. Leave it alone.
That's not even the worst part. I couldn't even get to the toilet paper. My leg was trapping. It was so narrow. I mean, it's a bathroom for children, for crying out loud. They've got all this room on the plane. Why not remove a few seats? I know they want to sell tickets and maximize their profit, but they need bigger bathrooms. Half of America is obese, like me. So I couldn't. So I had to somehow try to stand up. I finally was able to grab some toilet paper, and I didn't realize, but as I turned, I had wiped all up the side of the wall with my rear end. And I was dripping. And mind you, I'm in a suit. I've got a business meeting within 2 hours after I land.
Yeah.
So I have no change of clothes with me. It's just a day trip. So as I go back and sit down on my seat, half of the plane is plugging their nose. It was the worst experience of my life. People are going into the bathroom.
And you already feel, and John, you probably already feel self-conscious because you're so large.
My goodness. I've struggled with obesity most of my life. I've tried everything from diet cookies to drinks to different kinds of, weight loss programs.
John, all I was going to say is
he hasn't tried Orange Theory. Is that what you were going to say?
No, what I was going to say, I'll leave that to you.
No.
I'm not there paying me. What I was going to say, John, is that it sounds like you made kind of a series of bad decisions before the flight. If you know you get nervous flying, you probably shouldn't have had a greasy breakfast sandwich before you got on the flight.
I realized that. The most embarrassing part was, so there were some women with some weak stomachs, and even one of the stewardess, she threw up. And it makes it even feel even worse.
That sounds a little dramatic. I know that flight attendants can be dramatic because they have to put on that little safety kabuki play at the beginning, and so you get a lot of theater students in there. But the puking seems to be a little dramatic.
It was
a little overboard.
It was pretty intense. It was pretty intense smell, and. Well, so the guy that went in behind me, he came out and he said, sir, can you please come wipe this off the wall? He's like, this is disgusting. So I get up out of my seat and I go and look. And as I get up out of the seat, the guy who was sitting next to me said, "Sir, you've got crap all down your pant leg, your suit pant leg." And so here's me, no change of clothes. I've got to go to a business trip. So I finally get to my business trip after I get off the plane, and people are noticing me. Okay, when I get there, I had to make up a story of why I had crap all over my pant leg. I said I was walking through the grass to make a shortcut. I slipped on some dog crap, and that's how it happened, and I was apologizing. So they had to get me some big, large garbage bags to sit on in the conference room, and it was just, I swear I'll drive to Florida next time. I cannot handle flying with those tiny toilets.
John, without being specific, what kind of work do you do?
Well, this is Bob from Bobbiton. I pranked y'all again.
Oh, John. You know, he's halfway through telling, this is Bob. He's halfway through telling the story, and I'm like, he's making this up. It's 85-year-old Bob. First, he killed his dog. Well, no, Smitty twisted Twinkie's neck. And now John, he was putting in, John's pretty good at this, whatever your name is. It's pretty good, except you can, if you listen closely, there's always one too many details. And you're like, all right, there's no way anybody who's flown before, you son of a bitch. But I tripped you up with what do you do for a living? You didn't have the pertinent details.
Some less details.
Yeah.
I'll add less details next time.
I'm 310 pounds and I had poop all down my leg. John, you son of a bitch, because you know what? You're making fun of actual 310-pound people with poop on their pants, who are white-collar employees and have to get thee to a conference room.
I should have known better because he said he was taking a business trip and the people who flew him out there made him fly Spirit. And he's 310 pounds.
Yeah, but it's not like companies are bending over backwards to get you luxury accommodations.
They don't fly you Spirit, though.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
They just fired a quarter of the people over at Paramount because they're looking to save money.
They don't fly you Spirit
please.
for business trip.
Yes, they would. In a heartbeat, they would. Hey, you need to be at this meeting. We booked you on Spirit.
They'll get you American Airlines or
Why? Why would they?
They do.
Why would they? How many business trips have you taken, smart guy? Because I've taken a whole lot of them. They don't put you on American Airlines. Maybe if the Spirit flight is all booked, they're not looking to spend more money. What do you think? They're flying you out first class? Those days are over.
Business class.
Can I put you guys on hold for a minute? I gotta take this call.
Shut up, John. This guy. Well, he kind of got us again, but I'll tell you what, he spins a good yarn.
That was a pretty good one.
It was all right. I didn't mind listening to it. Here, I'm trying not to laugh. I'm trying to fake being sympathetic to him, you know. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'll hold on. Okay. All right. My Poundcake just puts on my screen, John is 310 pounds and flew Spirit. That's all it says. I'm like, all right, I can probably fill in the blanks then. Because there are very large people flying commercial airplanes.
My brother was.
So there's enough of that's true. But the whole, like, how did you get poop on the outside of your pants if I don't know. My
brother's a big guy.
I don't know anything about the life of big people like that, so I can't call bull shrimp on any of it. I gotta surf along the wave, man.
My brother was a big guy, and he has come in handy on a flight because he wasn't. I would rather sit next to a big guy that I know who's clean and smells good than a guy that I don't. And he made a good headrest. I was like, I don't care if people think this is gay at all. Like, I was sleeping on him, and again, I told him before, I'm like, for you being a big guy, he's never stunk. I've never once smelled his BO, ever. He has never had BO. And he was like, well, if I'm big, you have no excuse. If you're big, you need to wash.
Yes, you got to get all the folds.
I have never smelled him. I have had BO. Well, I know that.
Because you're working out.
Well, yes, but
where are you doing that?
Oh, Orange Theory Fitness. But like, I obviously smell myself, but I have been around him, leisurely at his house, and he never stinks. I'm like, how are you fat? You never stink. He's like, I don't stink.
Well, I'm sure not all fat people stink. I would just think it would be. I would
We're
think
fat because we don't move either. So
you probably just have to do more diligence. I would imagine.
But I applaud him. In his 34 years, the 30 years that I've been around him, I don't have a time where I smelled him. Not ever. Not once.
I guess not.
It's crazy.
Alan, tell Poundcake I work for United Healthcare, and they fly us on Spirit all the time. Well, yeah, because, the healthcare industry, they don't really make that much money, so they got to cut corners. They're really hurting in the healthcare industry.
Where are they flying you to if you're in the healthcare industry?
All over. I mean, if you're like in a C-suite type of person, you're a white-collar job. You're a salesperson or something, they're flying you out. They're not.
That's so rude.
You think they're putting you in first class?
I mean, even iHeart didn't make us fly Spirit.
It's not Mad Men. I mean,
They would if they would have had a flight.
Yes. That just means they couldn't get us on Spirit.
They had it was 7 or 8 of us, and they didn't fly Spirit.
That's right. Okay, let me break here. I will have Bill Maher tickets for you a little bit later on. Going to put you at Buzzard Fest as well if you've been hanging out for those tickets around 420. August the 4th, it is the return of Buzzard Fest after almost a quarter-century absence. It's Incubus and Live and Filter and Welshly Arms and Bush and lots more bands too. So we'll do that a little bit later on.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeart
podcasts for every interest.
This is Freddie Prinze Jr. from the Wrestling with Freddie podcast.
All of the mind-blowing content.
$20,000.
Awesome.
All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
His first marriage didn't work out. He caught her texting another show.
Sounds like he deserved it.
It's Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
There were 20, maybe 25 of us driving out to California in a bus. We were looking for a good time and a radio station we could trust. Suddenly we heard an angry thud, and our mighty chariot turned into a dud. We were stopped there in our tracks, man, adjacent to some cows chewing their cud. Lord, please send some mercy down to me. This will clearly never be my scene. There's only one sure thing that I know. I've got to get out of Ohio.
You know, yesterday at the end of the show, we were out of here a little bit early because of the Guardians game. And Bill mentioned that today was the day they were going to drop the brand new slogan for the Ohio Tourism Board. For a long, long time, it's been, when you come in and out of the state, you'll see that big sign there that says, Ohio, find it here. The greatest minds in the Buckeye State's marketing departments came up with find it here, whatever that it was, purposely vague. Whatever your it is, maybe it's a clown in the sewers. Maybe it was, people made fun of it all the time, right? It was potholes. It was those dumb hell is real signs. It was corrupt politicians, although Ohio hasn't cornered the market on those, obviously. And so today, of course, they unveiled that brand new slogan. We kind of gave our ideas yesterday of what that was going to be. I said round on both ends would be great because,
I said OH, oh no.
OH, oh no. And what's the brand new
OH,
slogan?
oh no, you got to keep the baby.
Yeah, that's right. What's the new slogan?
I haven't seen the new.
Oh, you haven't seen the new slogan?
I haven't seen the new slogan.
It's an old slogan. They went back to Ohio, the heart of it all.
Oh, that's it?
Oh, yeah.
Because we look like a heart.
We also look like a cat's head. We look vaguely like a heart.
The cat's head of it all is what it should have been.
No, don't be a pussy. Move here. How about that? Because they're trying to get people to move here. Hey, maybe don't make women carry dead kids to term. How about that? Trying to get people to move here, you dummies? They're like, it's, because for a long time, the tourism board of any state is like, let's get people from other places to come to our attractions. You don't have to sell people on Cedar Point. People come from far and wide to Cedar Point. It's consistently one of the top amusement parks in the world. Mm-hmm. So they're like, we got to get people moving here, because your census numbers can change how you're represented in Congress. You lose a congressional seat or whatever, right? And it's all gerrymandered to balls anyway, so every little edge you can possibly get, you don't want to lose. But they've gone back to the heart of it all, which is one that they used in the 80s. And that'll be... so I don't know how quickly they change the signs. Maybe they have people at the signs the moment that they announce the change. But the state tourism slogan, once again, is Ohio, the heart of it all, because, yes, the state vaguely resembles a heart. And that's what it's going to be. So Find It Here was announced in 2015. Back in the day, they used So Much to Discover. That was the early aughts. They had Ohio, so much to discover. And so the heart of it all is what they're going back to. And that's okay. What's the matter with that, quite frankly? There's an applause coming.
I mean, it's a good...
What am I hearing?
I don't know what you're hearing.
Is it good? Is it okay? Is that going
I like it. I think
the heart
it's
of it all?
I think
As
it's
Ohio
good.
goes,
I mean,
so does the rest of the country.
It's
so
a classic.
And that's not a good thing. That was never a compliment, Poundcake. That was always an insult.
Why is that an insult?
As Ohio goes, so goes this country. First of all, it's not the case. It was a pithy little saying. They meant it electorally back in the day, but that's not even the case anymore because they used to consider Ohio a purple state. It's a very red state.
Well, when I was growing up, it was purple, but now that I'm an adult, it's been red, and it's steady red.
There you go.
I don't think it's going back.
No, of course not.
Yes,
so it's the heart of it all. And just in time for hurricane season, frankly. Now, does that affect us? Not directly, but, climate change is making all kinds of weather weirder. The hots get hot and the colds get cold, like the old McDLT. Weather's now like the old McDLT. So what they do is if you watch any amount of Weather Channel with regularity, which is how I can tell I'm getting older. Some people, when they get old, they start watching a lot of Fox News. Other people, they start watching Weather Channel. I don't watch a lot of Weather Channel, but I find myself clicking around and I go, oh, let's see what's going on here. Because they try to make it exciting. And I was watching a thing where they were talking about hurricane season is starting on June the 1st. How they get the hurricanes to wait until the end of May, I don't know. But these are meteorologists. They're scientists. So the National Hurricane Center puts out a list, and it's alphabetical. Now, what do you do if you have more than 26 hurricanes? I don't know. But hurricane season.
You go with juniors, right?
Is that what it is?
I don't know.
Brett Jr. Hurricane Brett Jr. is whipping through the area. And how they arrive at the names, I don't know, because some of them are positively demented, but whatever. So hurricane season will officially begin, Atlantic hurricane season, on June the 1st. And I guess if they run out, I don't know. I don't know what they do after that. Because in the past few years, there have been more storms than they have names for. There's Hurricane Whitney. That's got to make Poundcake happy. Finally getting her due.
It's so emotional.
Mm-hmm.
You want to go dancing in the rain?
Yeah, it's a little bit more than rain. I think if a hurricane is coming through to destroy your town. Now, I don't know if it was just because this name hadn't been used before.
What if it was a hurricane that hit Houston?
Hurricane Whitney has hit Houston, everybody. Listen, you might not be far off, but a hurricane will hit Houston way before they get to W in the alphabet. But, oh, wait. Yeah. Hurricane Idalia. I think they're just tapping people at the National Weather Service on the shoulder and going, you got an old aunt or anything? I'm really stumped.
Are they just looking at our helpers for the live stream?
I'm really stumped on I. Do you have an old-timey aunt? Who's helping out today back there, by the way? Pump Compton.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Pump Compton. You're back there doing the Lord's work. I don't think I even saw who did yesterday's for us. Dunkle Forfo Fifi. Dunkle Forfo Fifi. How did I miss that?
I don't know.
I'll
got
tell
busy.
you what.
We had Julia Marion,
It was a busy show.
Yeah.
Who says they're not bringing new people to Ohio?
Mm-hmm.
Once the Forfifi family heard about the heart of it all, they said,
like,
little
"We gotta get there."
Dunkle, yep, Dunkle wants to get into showbiz.
And Pump Compton.
Pump Compton.
They go way back in Ohio.
Oh, God, the Compton family?
Mm-hmm.
That was high society. It was like the Gilded Age family. And they founded Bratnell.
Mm-hmm.
Bratnell Compton
It was
the
almost called
patriarch
Compton,
of that
yeah.
family. Yeah, that family.
Straight out of Compton.
So,
mother for name Pump.
Named Idalia. Idalia, because they have to give you the pronunciations. Yeah. Nigel, Ophelia, Philippe, Hurricane Philippe. It's making its way through.
Everybody here is Philipping out.
Yeah, Gert.
Gert's a great name.
Gert. It was who was Gertie? It was in E.T. What's her name? She got a talk show. Not Reese
Drew
Witherspoon.
Barrymore.
Drew Barrymore. Her character's name was Gertie in E.T.
Gert. I like just Gert though.
Gert.
Gert.
Because they don't need to give you the pronunciation for that.
Mm-hmm.
One syllable.
Yep.
Phonetic. Hurricane Vince. Hurricane Tammy. Hurricane Franklin.
There have been a Hurricane Coheed.
Nope.
What about Cambria?
Neither Coheed nor Cambria have been represented.
Racist.
I'm so sorry. No.
That's all right.
Now, is Hurricane Franklin, is that a nod to the smelly kid?
Or the
Sorry,
turtle?
not the smelly kid. The black kid in Peanuts or the turtle?
Maybe
Pigpen was the smelly kid.
A little of both, yeah.
Little of both. Was there a cartoon that had a black turtle? Because that would be the way to really combine the two. Why they always got to be green? They changing the color of everything else in kids' shows. If you leave us messages, you can always do that on the iHeartRadio app or voicemails on the After Hours line. It is 216-986-8903 to leave one there.
Hi, guys. It's Taylor. I'm just calling in because I was promised that if I come and flash you guys on the window, Poundcake will sign one of my boobs. And I'm really going to hold you to that. I'll see you Friday.
Did I miss something?
Did I miss something?
This is someone that messaged me and said they would come, and I thought they were just joking around. But
you promised her.
I didn't. I just was like goofing, and yeah. But I don't think she needs to show her boobs, but I'm sure Poundcake will sign a boob.
So what did she say to you, and what did you say to her?
I think she said, "I'll come out on Friday and flash my boobs if Poundcake signs one." And I think I just said LOL.
You said LOL.
Yeah.
Because she used the word promise. That ain't no promise. Flash. I don't know about that. You gotta put him on the glass, man. You're gonna, I don't know, flash. What am I, 10? So she took LOL as a verbal commitment from us. And why Poundcake sign her breast?
Yeah, that's
because he's
what
gay.
she requests. Yeah.
Because he'd get no enjoyment whatsoever from it. That's the point.
He might.
I need the one person there who couldn't who doesn't care at all about breasts.
Though.
Huh?
But it strokes his ego because he gets to sign something. So
yeah, but it's something he doesn't care about.
He still likes boobs.
Do you?
Yeah, I like boobs.
See, just the way he answered it. He doesn't care. He's like, yeah. That's how he answers, like, do you like bread? Yeah, I like bread. Yeah, I like bread. Boobs, bread. Well.
Why'd you say yabos?
I was talking about something. What did you hear?
Yabos.
Yeah, last time we were talking about somebody's yabos, I got in trouble at home. Yeah, go ahead. Come up and put them on the glass, and we'll figure out from there. And Poundcake, I guess, will sign whatever
markers.
you want him to sign. We should get his consent.
Put him on the glass.
Is that something that you would do, Cody?
Sure, I'll sign a boob. I think that's the first raw boob I've ever signed.
Raw boob? Are they usually cooked?
I have signed boobs with, like, over the shirt or, like, a bra, but I've never
Well, that's not signing a boob, then. That's signing a shirt.
Okay, well, then it's the first boob I've ever
A
signed.
raw boob.
A raw boob. Like, just have the boobie in my hand. Just...
Well, what she's going to do is no doubt pull down her bra.
That's fine.
She'll sign her cleavage.
Clippage. Yeah.
She's not going to, probably not. I don't know what she's going to do,
You
right?
know.
She said, but I thought that I had missed something because I certainly hadn't made any commitments to somebody about their breasts on the glass.
And I just don't take anything that anybody says on social media serious.
Me either.
But hey.
Be about that action.
Mm-hmm. So we will see you Friday, maybe.
Alan, Ohio is the heart of it all, and 36th in heart disease.
Hey.
That's not that bad.
The heart disease of it all.
There you go. There you go. Well, you'll see that on the signs now, and, Alan, you talk crap on Ohio. If the heart of it all was Illinois, you'd like... No, I wouldn't. What do I care? Heart of it all stinks.
So why do you...
Slap it on any state. I don't care.
Why are you so sensitive about...
Land of Lincoln is
state?
what we have in Illinois. That's dumb, too. You know how many states claim Lincoln? Hey, you see a sign on the side of the road. Hey, it's like Edison. Edison's birthplace. Lincoln's birth. Hey, here's where Lincoln farted. Hey, here's where... Pull over. Who's sensitive about what?
Oh, just people are sensitive about Ohio. Like, if you like... Why does somebody else not liking it bother you? Like, other people don't like things that I like, and them not liking it doesn't bother me in any way because I like it. So it's an insecurity. That's what it seems like. Because you know it's
I don't know
not as great as you think it is. I don't know. But it's a state where you are for a reason. Either you're born here and you can't get out or whatever. But there's some good and some bad with Ohio.
All
just like
I'm
every
saying
state.
is I'd give them less crap if they came up with a new lame slogan.
Mm-hmm.
They were like, we can't come up with one thing. We can't come up with one thing. Now, does the state tourism slogan change any of our lives? 0%. But
maybe mine.
How so?
Because.
Well, you heard it here first.
Because it might.
Because it might.
Because I have a whole bunch of Heart of It All T-shirts that I've been sitting on since 2001.
Oh, hey, sweet. Bill, except his shirts say Bill Squire, the hard of it all.
No, they say the fart of it all.
Oh, the fart of it all. I'm sorry.
Now that's a shirt I should make.
Uh-huh.
Ohio, the fart of it all.
Bill Squire, the fart of it all.
Mm-hmm.
And then hope that maybe there weren't any strongly worded letters sent to your residence from the State Tourism Board. You'll C&D. Alan, LOL is obviously legally obligated liability.
Oh, there you go.
God, they got us.
Got me.
They got us. John got me with pretending to be the fat guy with the poop on his suit. And now they're getting you with glass boobs over here. Hey, it's better than the homeless guys who take full-on dumps in front of our window, all right?
I've only seen a pee. I've never seen a dump. Have you seen a dump?
Yes, a full-on dump.
Full-on dump.
A full-on dump.
Did they wipe or did they just keep on keeping on?
They didn't even stop walking. Wipe?
I don't know. I've never taken a public dump. I don't know what they do.
I would have been happy with that. Now, Poundcake, if she reveals to you, if she offers full breast for you to sign, will you encircle the nipple with the O in Poundcake, or will you sign it Cody? How will you sign it?
I figure if they're coming to have me sign it while I'm on the show, it would be Poundcake. I would like.
So will you put the O around the nipple, or will you not be that precious about it? You'll just go
customer choice, whatever she wants. If she's nice enough to let me sign her boobie, I'll do it to her specifications.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I always ask people. I'm like, well, I stopped asking people. In the beginning, when people wanted me to sign stuff, I would be like, hey, you want me to sign it Poundcake or Cody? But they don't know Cody. Cody's just anyone.
Yeah, but I occasionally call you Cody. I think regular listeners to the show know that's your name.
Yes, but if
nobody's ever like, who's this Cody guy you're talking about?
If they have a piece of memorabilia, if they have like a show logo, it's going to be Mary Allen Poundcake. Like, it would be Poundcake, not Cody. So I don't know. That's just like my stage name, so I just automatically assume. If they want me to sign it Cody, I assume they'll ask.
Well, listen,
or
if this all goes down on Friday, the way it's supposed to, it'll be very exciting. Be the first window breast signature here.
Will she get in trouble?
Very 1995.
For showing her boob outside?
She's just showing it to us in the window, and you're going out and signing it. Did you hear me just talk about the guy that took a full-on walking dump?
Okay, but that's...
I mean, nobody ran up on the curb to get him in cuffs.
Well, I feel like
nobody put him face down on Euclid Avenue.
I don't know.
Those poor downtown Cleveland Alliance people, for Christ's sake. They got these people going up and down the street, trying to do the best they can in keeping this area clean. And God bless, who knows what they had to do with that. And of course, my dumbass, I immediately go, I got to take a picture of this. And I'm like, no, I have to have a limit. There's got to be a boundary there somewhere.
I mean, you should.
I have to have a line.
Though.
What?
That's not the line. You should have grabbed that picture.
But I'm not going to post it. I mean,
you can throw it on Reddit.
No, no. I got to take a break here. I had those Bill Maher tickets for you. He is doing a show a week from Saturday. He'll be on with me next week. Next Saturday, though, he's back to do MGM Northfield Park. So if you're a fan, I'll get you hooked up here coming back. 35192 to text. And AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
So, Crystal, if you're dating a guy, he could go over to another woman's house and hook up with her, and you're fine with that, but you may get angry too.
I do fall into jealous tendencies, so I'll be cool with it when I'm super horned up, and then there's times that I'm like, I'm a little jealous and insecure about, you being at some girl's house. But when I'm horny, I'm down for pretty much anything.
The key is he has to keep you horny 24 hours a day, 7 days a week then. He needs one of those like remote control vibrating panties or something on her, and she starts getting angry. You son of a
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
It's Doogie here. You're ready for a comeback. And with Purdue Global, you can do more than take classes. You can take charge of your story, of your career, of your life. Earn a degree you can be proud of and get an education employers respect. It's time. It's your time, not just to go back to school, but to come back and move forward with Purdue Global, Purdue's online university for working adults. Start your comeback at purdueglobal.edu. That's purdueglobal.edu.
To every woman with a will and a workbench, every mom with a miter saw she's not afraid to use, every daughter with a drill and the drive, to the women who get their nail guns together, the ones who are welding the gap, the same ones who DIY like no one's watching. At the Home Depot, we see the potential in you because you see the potential in everything. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
You're gonna love this house, Sergeant Riley.
Just look at these high ceilings.
The upstairs is even better. City lights right from your window.
Upstairs? I don't see any stairs.
Oh, just strap on this harness and climb right up.
Up this rock climbing wall.
There's no field manual for finding the right home. But when you do, USAA Homeowners Insurance can help protect it the right way. Like saving up to 15% with our claims-free discount if you haven't filed a claim in 5 years, even if you've been with another provider. Learn more today at usaa.com/insuremyhome. USAA. Ability to receive a quote depends on membership eligibility. Membership eligibility and product restrictions apply and are subject to change. Discounts vary by location and may not be available in all states. Restrictions apply. USAA means United Services Automobile Association and its affiliates, San Antonio, Texas.
WMMS and Miller Lite want you to have an Ultimate Guardians game day. Just swing past any participating Giant Eagle locations, scan the QR code, and you could win a 4-pack of tickets and be registered for the Ultimate Guardians game day, which includes tickets to the game, transportation, and beverages from WMMS and Miller Lite.
Lorain County Community College grads are ready for the future.
I turned to LCCC for a degree in advanced technology.
To gain the skills needed to start a new career in cybersecurity.
To become a nurse and make a difference in our community.
To save money before earning my degree at a 4-year university.
To earn a degree that fits with my life.
You can turn to LCCC. We will prepare you for the jobs of the future. Lorain County Community College. Always here, always ready. Enroll today.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, Paul Davis is your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly, from cleanup to recovery to reconstruction. For commercial and residential property damage and restoration, choose Paul Davis, the professionals that have served Northeastern Ohio for over 30 years. Paul Davis, we are your best friend on your worst day. Call us today at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com.
Get more for your money at Meijer with the 7 for $7 sale. Right now, mix or match over 1,000 items and pay just $1 each when you buy 7 or more of items like Chobani or Dannon Greek yogurt, Meijer pasta sauce, Glasso vitamin water, or Body Armor sports drink, and essential paper towels, 1 double roll. Get more for your money this week at Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all the deals in the Meijer app.
Your spark is all you need. And let's be real, you don't have time for smoke and mirrors anyway. So ditch all the pretentiousness and the lighter it rode in on with Blue. Blue e-cigs are available in a variety of satisfying flavors and nicotine strengths. Even better, it's odorless. When you're living unlit, you're comfortable being your true you, and no one will mistake ashtray for your signature scent. Blue. Get unlit. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Underage sale prohibited. Blue is a trademark of Font Molding 4BV. Copyright 2022. Fontum US LLC.
Jersey Mike's freshly slices the meat and cheese for your sub right in front of you. It's a work of art. Think Michelangelo's David. But honestly, David, if I have to wear a shirt and shoes, you could put on some pants. At least my Italian sub is perfectly dressed. Secondly, David is 522 years old, but Jersey Mike's subs are freshly sliced every time, brand new. It's an inspiration to hungry, pants-wearing people everywhere. Freshly sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing, a sub above.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Today at 12:30.
There's a ball hammered deep left center field. Up and gone. A home run.
Josh Bell and the Guardians are looking for payback against the Detroit Tigers. Coverage begins with Guardians Live on Bally Sports Great Lakes and the Bally Sports app.
Happy Thunderversary. Celebrate Mountain Dew Purple Thunder all this month and win big. It's easy to enter. Just swing by your local Circle K now through the end of May. Scan the QR code and you could win a pair of Vespa scooters or a year supply of Mountain Dew Purple Thunder from WMMS and Circle K.
Here's a few helpful reminders about work etiquette. Don't reheat that leftover fish in the microwave. Ugh. Please use your indoor voice on the phone. Be mindful of your coworkers. Don't vape. Just like smoking. In Ohio, vaping in public places is illegal, including restaurants, cafes, and bars. Call 1-866-559-OHIO to learn more or report a violation. About the vaping. With the microwave fish, you're on your own. A message from the Ohio Department of Health.
Netflix, Amazon Prime, HBO, Showtime. How many streaming services are you paying for? If only there was a way to track and cancel subscriptions easily. Well, there is. Just download the Rocket Money app. Rocket Money organizes your subscriptions by due date and notifies you when something is coming up. From there, decide whether to keep it or cancel it with just a tap in the app. To find out more about Rocket Money, go to rocketmoney.com/save or download the Rocket Money app from the Apple app or Google Play stores. Rocket Money, the money app that works for you.
Buy wholesale, save big at Skipco Auto Auction this Wednesday at 2 p.m. Over 400 vehicles in stock. Why pay retail? Save thousands on your next car, truck, van, SUV, motorcycle, or boat. Skipco Auto Auction. Open to the public this Wednesday at 2 p.m. Go to skipco.com.
Third Federal's early approval locks in your mortgage rate now before you find a home. Early approval is pre-approval. Good for a full 6 months. And for a limited time, get $295 off closing costs. Apply online or call 1-800-3RD-FED. Third Federal's early approval has been extended to May 31st. Equal housing lender.
If you're a Dunkin' Rewards member, Mondays might be your new favorite day of the week because every Monday in May, you get a free medium hot or iced coffee with any purchase. Not a member? Join on the Dunkin' app. America runs on Dunkin'. Limit 1 per member per Monday. Additional charges and terms apply. Participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Hey, it's Charlie here for Branch Sauce Company. Well, what if I told you I found a sauce to replace all other sauces? That's right. It's Branch. It's all I have to keep in my fridge now. Try one for yourself. Visit branchsauce.com or find it at your local grocery store. Branch Sauce, it covers everything.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Lil Diddy, about giving himself away.
All right, I want to go see comedian Bill Maher. He's back to do MGM Northfield Park a week from Saturday. That is May the 20th. If there are any tickets remaining, you'll get the info at Ticketmaster.com. 2 for Bill Maher, for you. Caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Who needs broadcasting awards?
The I Like the Sound of My Own Voice award.
When you've won World's Sexiest and 5 years in a row.
And the winner is
Alan Cox.
on 100.7 WMMS.
Next week on the show, what am I going to have for you? I know I got things to give to you next week.
probably some Funny Bus stuff, right?
Yeah, Bill's going to be your host on the Cleveland Funny Bus next week. We kick off Alan Cox Show night on the Cleveland Funny Bus tonight. I don't know if there are tickets left. I don't think there are, but you can certainly find out. Funnybus.net. Every Wednesday in May, we're going to be going out. We had Julia Mary here yesterday talking about it, and I'm really looking forward to it. So if you're on, I'll see you tonight. 7 o'clock, we leave from Collision Bend, and Julia's very funny, and she'll tell us all kinds of amazing things about Cleveland on this tour, and I will be there to just, say hey. I'll be your host. And then Bill will do next Wednesday night, and we'll go from there. But it should be a good time. But yes, I believe next week I will have Funny Bus tickets for you for next Wednesday night. But funnybus.net is going to have all the information there for you. We got a Poundcake sports break coming up later on as well, a little closer to 5:30. Is the Guardians game over? Or is that still going on?
And they lost 5-0, yeah.
5-0. Courtesy of the Detroit Tigers.
Yep.
So that's the end of that series. Tigers take 2 of 3. Guardians will be off tomorrow, and then they're still at home. They're playing the Angels. I guess it is the L.A. Angels. I still think of them as Anaheim. Technically, I think they're
LA
the Los
Angels of
Angeles
Anaheim.
Angels of Anaheim. But back in the day, they were the Anaheim Angels. So Guardians Angels, Friday night, 7:10. Here on WMMS, your FM home for Cleveland Guardians baseball. You cannot go a single day anymore without reading an article, either pro or con, about artificial intelligence, about AI. And while we're struggling to kind of not only keep up with what that means, because there are various forms of it, we're kind of struggling to keep up. This kind of technology advances far beyond what even the people who create it can envision. Anybody that tells you they know what AI is going to do, even really, really smart people, are just making it up because nobody knows. These things can do computations and arrive at conclusions that the people who develop the technology don't even know how they got there. So when there are these conversations being had about, well, we need to do this and this so that it doesn't do this, they kind of go, well, we don't even know how it got there. We don't know how it got from A to B. And so obviously, at the very least, it's going to upend a whole lot of parts of society. Some ways good, probably most ways bad, but that's true of any technology. So for now, we're left to just kind of enjoy the entertainment value of it, I guess. I was reading about a girl over on Snapchat. She's 23, got a hell of a lot of followers, and she's already making a lot of money because she has created an AI version of herself that will be your girlfriend for $1 a minute. And she's making about $76,000 a month.
That's insane.
She's real cute. Her name's Karen Marjorie, and she's 23. She has 1.8 million followers on Snapchat. I keep forgetting Snapchat is still a thing, but it is. And she teamed up with some developers, and she had about 2,000 hours of her YouTube content. You know, when Roger Ebert was still alive, the film critic, they took kind of an early version of something like this and replicated his voice so that he had a Stephen Hawking type machine that would speak for him, but it sounded like him. It wasn't the, hey, hello, my name is, that classic Stephen Hawking voice. Roger Ebert, he had like throat cancer or something, and so later part of his life, he couldn't speak because they had removed a big part of his jaw. And so he couldn't speak, but they had developed this voice box for him that sounded like him. And what that was is they took all of the hours of him talking on television and any other form of hearing him speak, and they synthesized that into words that would sound like him. So this girl has done this visually, where they've taken thousands of hours of her YouTube stuff and created a virtual girlfriend. That's what she calls it. You want the girlfriend experience, this is what it is. So then you have people reading an article like this, and half of you will go, God, that's sad. And then the other half will go, well, My brain always goes to whatever stops dudes from killing other people, because that's kind of where we are right now, is whatever keeps angry, horny dudes from taking their anger and horniness out with violence is a good thing. I don't know. So they're calling it Karen AI. This is a voice-based chatbot that she calls a virtual girlfriend, and that people pay $1 a minute to have a relationship with her. And she says she has more than 1,000 boyfriends right now. On average, spending 10 minutes a day. And so in the first month of this, she made $76,000. Her partners are 99% male. Shocker.
Yep.
And that was on the beta test. It's not even like fully rolled out yet. This is just kind of the test run. Hey, let's see if there's guys out there who'd want to pay $1. And so they are. So let's say you're in between. You're a hetero guy or a gay woman, because she's lovely. And or wherever you are in the spectrum, right? She might be your type. And you got $1 a minute. Even just to try it out as a goof. I'm sure there were some people that went in this going, this is going to be. But boy, they can, as this AI advances very, very quickly in a variety of ways. You know, you'll read these articles about how, like, in 10 years, more people will be banging robots than anybody else. More people will be banging robots than anybody can possibly fathom. Because more and more people, as you make life seemingly more dangerous, fewer and fewer people are going to want to go out into the world. And so I guess this is what is going to count for some people as human interaction. So they're beta testing this, and she's already made about $76,000, and then they're going to launch it out to her millions of followers. And Karen AI will always be there for you, she says. We have limitless reactions. This doesn't sound like a sex thing, though. It sounds like, you talk to anybody that does sex work, whether they're on the phone or whether they're cam or anything like that, and they'll tell you that their biggest nights of the year are holidays where people are just lonely. They don't necessarily want them to put things in themselves. Friends of mine over the years have done this stuff. They're like, Christmas week, I'm booked. And it's just dudes who want to talk. They just want to talk because they're lonely. Sure, once in a while, they'll request, shoot some ping pong balls across the room. But for the most part, it's a lot of companionship.
It's Christmas after all.
And so this girl sees having an AI doppelganger as a good way to level up her career.
I mean,
she's an influencer.
It's someone
very smart.
Like her to make money. I would love to be able to do this just for relationships that I have in life.
Mm-hmm.
Like my kids just deal with AI dad.
AI Bill. Yeah. Well, I would imagine that an AI version of any of us would be smarter, possibly funnier. I mean, it's absolutely smarter. First of all, not a high bar for somebody like me. I'm not that bright. That has access to all this information, be immediately smarter. Hey, Dad, what should I do? Meep, morp, meep.
Meep, morp, meep.
Meep, morp, meep. Yeah, do that. Meep, morp, meep.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Mm-hmm. I've been very close with my audience, she says, and when you have hundreds of millions of views every month. Again, I don't even know what this girl does. She's just posting stuff on Snapchat.
And she had a popular YouTube channel for a while.
Yeah, that's where they got all of the that's where they got all the data and the info to synthesize this voice, face. And she says that it has the potential to cure loneliness. Now, loneliness is just a function of the human condition. You're not going to cure loneliness, but you might be able to temporarily mitigate it. That'd be nice. I was reading a thing that said that medically, loneliness is just as toxic for you as smoking. whereas one can damage
But
you
it's
physically.
cheaper.
Probably cheaper.
Smoking's expensive.
But that loneliness is very, very, it's mind and body. And if you're, it can really affect your health if you're in a bad way that way. So she's the first romantic companion avatar from this company that up till now has just done like chatbot versions of other people. So some to look into, if you're not prone to looking at something like this and ha-haing over it, maybe you could benefit from an AI girlfriend. But there's no shortage of articles on what, I was reading, somebody sent me an article on AI-proof jobs. Because the big question is, AI is going to upend so many parts of the employment sector, so many jobs, if left unattended. And again, there's no future in which a company will voluntarily go, you know what, AI might not be good, so we're going to ease off the throttle. The more people they can fire from whatever their company is, they'll be happy to do it. And so it was like, well, AI is going to take, they're like making the point that there are kids in college studying for jobs that won't be there in a few years, which puts them in a really tough spot. Jobs that require large bits of kind of human interaction, or, people aren't going to want necessarily a robot doctor. They're going to want to talk to a person to some degree. Ironically,
some people, but I think there's going to be some people that would prefer a robot doctor.
Probably.
Yeah.
But I think those are people who like go for checkups. You know what I mean? Just kind of go for like here and there. If you have a serious condition, you're at the hospital all the time. I don't know. Jobs that require a lot of mobility and dexterity and problem solving in unpredictable environments. And this is the irony of AI, is that, a long time ago, what killed industrial and blue-collar jobs was automation or getting shipped overseas. That's what decimated, production and industrial jobs in this country. With AI, those jobs are more likely to be safe because you're not going to have an AI plumber. You're not going to have an AI welder. I mean, you might have a machine that does stuff, but you still need, it's way more likely that white-collar jobs are going to be the ones that are going to get knocked out with AI. There's already, I've talked about this a couple of weeks ago, there's already a company that has not this one, but another company that has a giant boner for AI DJs. Because DJs, in their purest form, don't have to do much. They tell you what song you heard, they crack wise, in between or try to. And so they're like, oh, well, we're just seeing what we got. Because every company will dip their toe in and go, let's see what we got.
See what we can get away with.
That's right. So, there's an AI. They're starting to run AI at the Wendy's drive-thru. So let's say you're working at a Wendy's and you don't want to work drive-thru anymore. You might be in luck. They're going to start using an AI chatbot to take drive-thru orders. Now, here's where you try to trip up the AI. Ask them if they can get breakfast anytime.
You say.
Ask them if you can get breakfast anytime.
And then the AI chatbot's going to say, no! Breakfast hours only!
Does not compute. Need to check. They will start using AI chatbots to take drive-thru orders. It will officially launch in Columbus, Ohio. That's where their main thing is going to be.
Yeah. Well, that's where the headquarters is.
They're headquartered in Columbus?
Yeah, that's where it was founded.
All right. But the chatbot has to understand all the ways that somebody might order. So if you are one of those people that uses shorthand because you order so frequently, if you pull through and you go, hey, give me a JBC. Are they going to know what that, what that is?
Oh, Junior Bacon Cheeseburger.
Junior Bacon Cheeseburger. Is
classic.
the AI going to know that?
Probably.
If I pull
Wendy's
through...
isn't going to do something where they're half-assed. Wendy's does things
yeah, I know.
whole-assed.
Whole-assed. Yeah. If I pull through and I say, small seasoned curlies, Small, seasoned curlies.
They're going to say, you're at the wrong place. We don't have curlies.
Oh, well, then I'll know. That's one smart robot.
They have small seasoned potatoes during breakfast hours only. But that's about all. And they have fries, but they don't have curly fries.
Wendy's executive Todd Penegor said that the chatbot will be very conversational and indistinguishable from a regular employee. Do you know what insulting that is if you are an employee? It's one thing to replace you with a robot, but then to say, you're not going to know this from one of our regular people. Now, we all know that we will because it's going to be kind of stilted and, but it'll get better and better and better. 80% of their orders are through the drive-thru. So it'll have a huge impact. But that means if you work there, more time for you back there in the kitchen. More time on the fries or whatever. And Wendy's fries are dynamite. And I'm not being paid to say that. It's just the truth. So imagine, I wonder what the error rate will be, because you know how frustrating it is when a person gets your order wrong. And not even a complicated order. I'm not a guy who does substitutions, because with every substitution, you increase the likelihood they're going to screw it up.
It's so true. Like, literally the other day, I'm not going to say where I went, but I went to go get some breakfast food, and I said, can I get, the fold over, the sausage fold over, but can you remove the egg and put bacon there instead? So 2 proteins. Couldn't do that. They couldn't do that. I think they ended up just getting pissed at me, and they laid like a strip of bacon over the fold over. There you go. Do what you want with it. Insert it yourself. And they did not take off the egg.
We had a rare screw up, at least in my own personal experience. It's pretty rare that Taco Bell will screw something up. Maybe that's not been your experience if you go there a lot. But we went on the way home from the ministry show on Friday night. I said, let's go through Taco Bell. Hadn't had it in quite some time.
So good.
And they were clearly understaffed because the line was long. It was taking forever. But you go, okay, that's fine. I mean, I think we've all kind of gotten used to that nature of whatever, if you got a head on your shoulders. And so we ordered nothing weird, nothing wild. Took a long time. Lady was nice at the window, so clearly we're understaffed or whatever. It's not like she was running back and forth. When we got home, everything was wrong. I was like, how could that be when it took so long? Because we sat at the window.
They just gave you the wrong bag.
No. It had our items, but not what we asked for on them. It was like they had taken...
you're doing substitutions.
No, not substitutions.
They're removals.
Nothing supreme, to get specific about it. Nothing supreme. That just requires 2 more ingredients than normal, right? And they're making those all the live long day as supreme items. Nothing. I was like, wow, that's wild. For as long as it took, because you figure, well, okay, they're back there making it. It's fine. I'll sit here. I got no place to be. I'm going home and house this stuff. But in my experience, that was pretty rare. Because you can't scream at the chatbot when you pull up. And the poor person at the window, I mean, eventually they'll get rid of the person at the window, too. They'll have a thing in the window that takes your card.
I want it to be a Terminator arm that just sticks it out there.
Yeah.
And it plays the Terminator music. Dun, 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 dun.
They'll take your card, or they'll have a thing where you scan a code and it pay. They'll eventually get rid of the person in the window there, too. But until that time, it's going to really suck to be the person at the window who gets screamed at when the chatbot gets the order wrong. Because that's going to be they're like, bro, that thing replaced me. What are you yelling at me for? It's already a thankless job. But that's what's coming. The AI girlfriends. They did say, though, that there's a program that's being tested that can find pancreatic cancer up to 3 years in advance, which is great news. Because pancreatic cancer is usually something that they don't find until it's too late. I don't know that they developed a test for it or what they did, but it's one of those cancers.
Yeah, it's a doozy.
That gets you. Like, they're usually like looking for something else and they discover you have pancreatic. It's what Jerry Springer just died from. And quickly. Because he's like, I didn't know I had it. And now I'm dead. Swayze died. Remember? Pancreatic cancer.
Yeah,
Alex Trebek.
that was really quick too.
Steve Jobs. They're all fat. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Aretha Franklin, Mrs. Garrett, whatever her name was. All pancreatic cancer. And so if there's some kind, I think the medical industry might benefit a lot from things like that. If this had only been developed years ago, we'd still have Jerry Springer. Patrick Swayze would still be making movies. You know my motto from way back. No Swayze, no Wazy. I want nothing to do with it. Remake Roadhouse. Not on my watch. Trebek would still be hosting Jeopardy. Steve Jobs would still be pretending that iPhones were changing and awesome. I got a break here. I'll have those Buzzard Fest passes for you August 4th. We're going to go back out to Victory Sports Park and put on Buzzard Fest for you for the first time in a long time. So it's Bush and Incubus and Welshly Arms and Filter and Live and many more. So a couple of passes for you coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free
events.
iHeartRadio Music Festival.
All of the best free curated playlists.
It's everything that rocks.
All of the great podcasts for every interest.
This is Freddie Prinze Jr. from the Wrestling with Freddie podcast.
All of the mind-blowing content.
$20,000.
Awesome. All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
All right, you want to join us for Buzzard Fest, the return of Buzzard Fest after 23 years. We'll be back to do it with you. Friday, August 4th at Victory Sports Park in North Ridgeville with Incubus, Bush, Live, Filter, Welshly Arms, the Kaleidoscope Kid, and Winona Fighter. Not a dud in the bunch. It's going to be a great time. Love to see you there. Tickets, info, everything else at buzzardfest.com. Caller 10. This pair is yours. Good luck. We'll see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
The official show of those weirdos who ride shotgun with their bare feet on the dashboard.
You're a weirdo, but let's do this.
On 100.7.
WMMS.
Look me in the eye and ask for forgiveness.
You know, a lot of people will try to sell you on a whole playlist of songs from various bands. And they'll go, oh, this is Incubus's greatest song. This is Incubus's greatest song. They fail to tell you that this is Incubus's best song. It's called Dig. I think they did a video for it a while back or whatever. It's a few years old, but it is unequivocally their best song. And boy, nothing bums me out more than when somebody disagrees with me, Bill, on music. Normally, you know, it's an area where everybody can agree.
You think this is their best song?
Dig is undeniably Incubus's best song. Is it their hardest rocking song? No. Is it their mellowest song? No. Is it their best written song? No. Is it their best overall song? Yes. Nevertheless, I'm sure there are people, you're crazy. And boy, I can't stand that because they're supposed to take me at my word. I don't know why they don't. But
well, I'm just going to have to disagree with you.
I disagree
While
with
I do
you.
like this song,
yeah,
Nice to Know You is their best song.
Okay, Nice to Know You. All right, well, listen.
I like Drive a lot, too. Drive's
Fortunately, see, I think Drive is their most overrated song. Fortunately, these are all the conversations that we're going to be able to have, not only with you, the audience, but the bands themselves. If you don't think at some point during Buzzard Fest, I'm going to corner Brandon Boyd or Einziger or one of those guys backstage and go, hey, man, what's with all these people who think that Dig isn't your greatest song? And he's going to look at me and he's going to go, right? And then, who are you? And security, please get this guy out of my face. But I won't have to mess with that until August. So, next week on the show, however, I don't think that I will have, I don't think I'm going to have Buzzard Fest tickets for you next week. What do I have for you next week? I'm going to have Aerosmith tickets for you. You know, they announced their farewell tour. That'll get them to the Romo Fijo on September 21 with the Black Crowes. So I'll have Aerosmith tickets for you next week. Guardians, when the White Sox are in town. I'm not going when they're in town this month. I'm going to wait till August when it's nice and warm. You never know what May 24th is going to look like. The Berea Rib Cook-Off is coming. Will you be a celebrity judge for anything like that?
I mean, if they ask me, I would do it. I just need to be asked. I can't do it if they don't ask me.
I know Mary is the Berea native around these parts.
Well, I was
I'm
also
not sure
born in Berea.
Berea Hospital?
Well, I mean, it was Middleburg Heights Hospital, but like, they took me home to Berea.
Oh, you guys lived in Berea then?
Yeah, when I was
beautiful.
When I was a baby.
Yeah. Well, then
we were there
get
till I was
Bill
about
out there.
4 or 5 years old, and then we moved to
Okay.
Strongsville, and then on to Medina.
All right. So passes for the Berea Rib Cook-Off. More tickets for the Cleveland Funny Bus. We start that tonight, every Wednesday this month. One of us will be joining you. I'm your host tonight.
I'll be doing next week.
Bill will be your host next Wednesday.
Couldn't do tonight because I'm going to see Coheed and Cambria.
Oh, that's tonight.
That's tonight. I'm very excited. Got a crew going out. My brother's going to go out with me. Tommy and Pants from my podcast are going to be there.
Yep.
I heard there's a few tickets left if anybody else wants to come out and party with us. Pants and Tommy are more interested in the opening band.
Deaf Heaven.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am too. And I apparently that's why people thought I was going, because I always ejaculate over Deaf Heaven. I mean, using that word in the classical sense. But no, I'm doing the Funny Bus tonight.
Yeah.
But I really do like Deaf Heaven. They're awesome.
I'll try and catch some of them.
But for those of you who are fans of either Coheed or Cambria, you've got a choice to make tonight.
Better as a pair.
Yeah.
I did have someone recently say, like, oh, I've never heard of Cambria. And I was like, it's all one band.
So they hadn't heard about the band.
Correct.
If they'd never heard of Coheed and Cambria.
Correct.
Yeah. So that'll be next week. I will have those things for you. We'll have a Poundcake sports break later on in this program for you, too. They are hoping to get pot on the ballot in Ohio.
We got to legalize it. It's so nice being in Michigan last week.
Oh, yeah.
And just being able to go into a dispensary, buy stuff. The prices were great. Service was great. We should have that experience in Ohio. If we are the heart of it all, then we should have
That's what I'm
legal
saying.
marijuana.
That's what I'm saying. If we are the heart of it all, which is the new Ohio Tourism Board's big unveiling for the new slogan, then yeah. You got to be careful, though, in Michigan, too. You can get tripped up because some of those stores are MedCard only. That tripped me up in Ypsilanti. They were like, oh, no, you got to have a MedCard. Like, you can't just walk it. Some places you can walk in and take care of it, and, you know, you got to know specifically where you're going.
Don't criticize it. Legalize it, yeah. And I will advertise it.
Now, oddly enough, Peter Tosh, common misconception that song about pot, he was actually singing about coconuts. They were illegal back then at the time, and he was very, very into the legalization of coconuts.
Oh.
And what's that? Oh, I'm
is that
100% wrong about. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so
you're
sorry.
always leading us astray.
I'm sorry. Well, Peter Tosh has been dead for a long time, and I can only confer with his.
Well, this is an emotional roller coaster. I never even heard of him, and then you told me he's dead.
You never heard of Peter Tosh? Really?
Who's Peter Tosh?
Wow. Between Peter Tosh and Bob Marley, he was one of the core members of the Wailers. Peter Tosh,
Okay.
Legalize It was his song, but it was like Bob Marley, Peter Tosh.
So not Daniel Tosh's dad, I see.
No. Nope.
Doesn't look like they're related at all.
No, they are not.
Yeah, I never heard of Peter Tosh. I've heard this
Wow.
song, but I never knew. I thought it was also just.
Legalize it.
I thought it was just Bob Marley.
Yeah. All right. They got a Peter Tosh museum down there in Kingston.
Yeah.
And, yeah. What are you going to do? But anyway, I digress. Here in Ohio, the people who want marijuana to be recreational are collecting signatures to get it on the ballot this November. The organization called Regulate Marijuana Like Alcohol Coalition. A little clunky. But it tells you what they want. Collecting signatures from people, one of whom said, yeah, I'm for it. I think people can be very functional on it. All right, so don't make that guy your spokesperson. But,
Yeah,
it's...
I don't need to be functionally high. I like a little bit of marijuana on the weekends.
Yeah.
just to kind of relax. I don't like getting super high. I like I'll take half of a 10 milligram edible. I like that kind of high, or a couple puffs off of a marijuana cigarette. Or
A jazz cigarette?
Yeah, jazz cigarette.
Uh-huh.
And that's generally how I like to consume it. Not a big fan of shooting up marijuana. It's just too much of a process.
I'll tell you what, when all that smoke gets in your veins, it's really, man, you get a certain kind of high.
It
But,
makes me feel like I'm going to die.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you think eating too much of an edible gets in your bloodstream and makes you crazy. Try shooting it.
Oh, man.
It's,
Try getting high off an embolism.
Too much.
That is a
Yeah,
dangerous
right,
game,
yeah.
my friend. Dangerous. No, listen, they are right. Legalizing pot is just good policy. You make a lot of money. It's when they really try to drive it home. Again, you'll kill a story with too many details. And you hear these people go, if it's legal and regulated, it'll stay out of the hands of kids, because people love to use kids for whatever, It's not going to keep pot out of the hands of kids. Nothing will keep pot out of the hands of kids, whether it's legal or illegal. It's not keeping it out of the hands of adults if it's illegal. Never did. So, tax revenue, always go back to the money. And you do cut into the black market portion of it.
Mm-hmm.
But legal marijuana is pretty popular across both blue and red states. But some people are still digging their heels in. So who knows? I don't have a lot of optimism for this to become a thing, but they're doing what should be done legislatively. They're getting, signatures. It's all you can do. Because the people who are against it are like, well, it's going to be dangerous for people on the road. Yeah, well, that's why the organization's called Regulate Marijuana Like Alcohol. But we'll see what happens. Because it's still a Schedule I substance, which is ridiculous. That part should, of course, be changed. The city got rid of a lot of penalties a few years ago. So there's some decriminalization going on, but they're like, let's just make it a recreational thing here in the state of Ohio. Again, if the heart of it all is our brand new, albeit old, everything old is new again. And so, might be a move in the right direction. We can take your voicemails, by the way. You can call anytime and leave one for us on the After Hours line. It is 216-986-8903.
So I must say, as a straight white woman, I guess heteroflexible, I'm just not all that into women, but it's fine if they're in the same room. But I'm also kinky and, I have a very adventurous sex life. I must commend Poundcake for all of the things that he says or describes with his sex life, because I would be mostly uneducated with what that's like. And I think if people were to listen to him and not to be disgusted by it or whatever you have callers over the years, I don't get it. Like, he is so informative to me. Just what he was describing today as far as how he deals with height, I thought was very informative. I was like, oh, now I know that. So I just kind of wish that people would be more open to that, I guess, because one of my partners is a bisexual man, and he has described to me over the years just terms and stuff like that, and I have to ask him several times, but like, he describes them with great detail, and Poundcake just kind of just puts it all out there, and I really appreciate that. I love it, and I want more of that. I think that's great.
Hey, listen to that lady. You're informing her. I'm not sure why she needed to be informed by Poundcake that it's harder to have sex with a really tall person, but okay, every little bit helps.
Yeah, a tall bottom. Not even a taller person, but bottoms aren't.
Well, she's hetero-flexible. I mean, who knows how she means that, but nevertheless, she's really enjoying listen, and the point is, you negative Nancys who complain every time we do a deep dive with young Cody over there on the show, listen to her. There's one person who's like, hey, this guy, he's doing it right.
And that was in reference to my sex life. Usually they're
Yes.
like, oh, I want you to talk about something more than your sex life. I do. You just don't pay attention to it.
That's right.
Because you only get horny when he's talking about his sex life.
That's all. And they're mad.
They're like, why am I so horny right now?
Yeah. Well, she likes it. Whatever you're doing, she likes it. Not only she like it,
she wants more of it.
She wants more of it.
I can't control my horny level.
He loves it.
I don't know how interesting I'll be because.
Well, tune into Poundcake's new podcast, Breeding Rainbow.
Take a look.
So, it's your Poundcake podcast has been on hiatus for a minute. Maybe that's the direction to steer it into.
Yeah.
Is for that people like that girl who finds you very informative. And boy, she better get informed by somebody because she's really throwing it out there.
There's some Poundcake podcast episodes that are filthy. Me and Fancy.
Well, they don't have to be.
You and Fancy went.
But are they? But are they filthy and informative?
They're definitely informative.
All right. Well, there you go.
Fancy, like you.
Knowledge is power.
For everything that Poundcake talks about, Fancy takes Poundcake to another level.
Yeah, but he's doing shtick too. He's trying.
He is, but there's still.
If you'll pardon the pun, he's trying to top you.
No, he's not trying to top me.
Well, okay.
But he is doing his stories are wild.
Yeah.
Well, because he
doesn't turn down anybody.
I was gonna say, and he's a white gay, so he has more privilege. Like I'm automatically, people don't like. I don't know. I've hit my quota for being inclusive this year, so I don't know if I'm gonna have another person of color. Fancy, he's a white gay, so he's immediately in whatever club they're going into, and then he just goes back and tells me anyway. So I'm like, fine, tell me how it was. Was it worth it? You slept with that racist guy. Remember him? Yeah, I remember him. Tell me about it. He was like, wasn't worth anything. You didn't miss. I was like, okay, great.
You living vicariously?
Yeah.
All right. Well, nothing wrong with that. A lot of people do it. Hey, Dick.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's going on, Dick?
Boy. Who the heck was that on there? She was pretty informative.
She wasn't, she found Poundcake to be very informative. Because she was, she liked hearing about butt stuff.
Oh.
Right, Dick? Right? Yeah.
It is interesting.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, guys. That was pretty good,
Mm-hmm. What's going on, Dick?
Oh, not much. I was telling Poundcake, I've been so busy. I didn't forget you guys, but now I'm down to 6 days a week almost playing.
You were at 7, and now you're down to 6.
Yeah, 6. Yeah, I've been playing ukulele a lot, and that's been a hit. And I joined the Miamisburg Dulcimer Club. We've had about 4 or 5 gigs at
the
nursing
MDC?
homes. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And also, it's really nice. I meet a lot of people. Yeah, I'm telling you, this mountain group I play in, the Dulcimers, people come all the way. One person come all the way. I could not believe this. From Sandusky, Ohio.
Oh, wow.
Sandusky. And played the guitar, and it's a lot of fun. I'm having a lot of fun.
Wow. Well, good for you. They came from Sandusky to where you were playing?
Yeah.
In Millersburg?
The Dulcimer. Well, let me see. There's another place. They got a Buckeye Dulcimer Club in Bucyrus. That's about an hour and a half from me.
Yeah.
And then they've got the Kettering group. We're playing pretty good now. We're getting people back, but I think the better group I like is the Beaver Creek Strummers because we're getting a lot of jobs this year, and so it didn't
BCS?
take me long to learn. Huh?
The BCS?
It didn't take me long. Yeah, it didn't take me long to learn uke from mandolin, I'd say I'm coming up in the world.
It certainly sounds like it, Dick. It sounds like you are enjoying a mastery of all stringed instruments.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, good. It sounds like your touring schedule is booked. Are there groupies? Are you running into anyone throwing like bloomers on the stage or anything like that, or orthopedic insoles get thrown up at you?
Usually
call with
there's
his girlfriend.
One of my friends, I'm going to see her in a bluegrass group. Now, she played in the banjo group, but I can't believe all the dulcimer people that play. There's probably only 2 or 3 of us males, but all of them are females that play. And some of these people can really play banjo, guitar, and mandolin, and some come from Kentucky, some come from, I'm telling you, from North Carolina. And they can play songs, guys.
Yeah.
I've never heard anything as good as this.
Anybody playing a zither?
Yeah. How did you guess that?
Because I know my stringed instruments, Dick. That's why.
Yeah.
Do you have your own dulcimer
That's
hammer,
why.
or do you rent with an option to buy?
Well, I've taken lessons on it.
Yeah.
I'm not real good on it. I'm better on the mandolin, ukulele, and banjo uke, but the banjo uke, can't bring it because it drowns out. It's more better in the jam sessions, but I've been going 3 years from Lowe's. I'm just having a good time picking and grinning, beating a lot of good people.
3 years already.
3 years.
Wow.
Yeah, 3 years.
All right, well,
Yeah.
Congratulations, Dick. It sounds like everything's going great for you, and thank you for checking in. It's, Dick out there in Dayton, and wow, everything's coming up, Dick. I've got to take a break. You want those Clutch tickets? They're doing a Mother's Day show this Sunday. Along with Amigo the Devil and Nate Bergman. If you dig that band, I will hook you up after the break. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
It's too moist. What happened here?
Rock.
It's just one of those days.
Let the bodies hit the...
And Alan Cox.
Alan Cox Show ends with listener death.
Your FM home of the Guardians.
Oh, what a moment.
100.7
WMMS.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Okay, true stories from Huntington customers with Annie.
You're a woman-owned business. You're growing. How does banking fit in?
Huntington feels like a part of our team, and when I got the news that we had gotten into our dream retailer, I said, Huntington is the reason that we can accept this contract. You allowed us to get here. It's something that Morgan and I...
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories.
Ken Ganley Kia is Ohio's #1 Kia dealer, and this is how we do it. By giving our lowest price and payment right up front on over 700 new Kias, including Kia Seltos, K5, Forte, Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, and the 3-row Telluride. Just sign and drive with zip, zero, zilch do-it signing. That's right, 0 do-it signing. Need credit? We'd love to say yes, you're approved. Plus, get on-the-spot delivery and drive home today at any of our 4 convenient Ken Ganley Kia regional superstores in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Or visit us online at kenganleykia.com. Tell them Mackenzie sent ya, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
Plus tax tag title and fee unapproved. Credit through KMF. #1 in overall retail Kia sales in the Central Region for 1/1 to 12/31/22 per Kia Motors year-end sales report.
Jose Ramirez. How many times can he come through?
Jose Ramirez and the Guards face Shohei Ohtani and the Angels May 12th through the 14th at Progressive Field. Get your tickets at CLEGuardians.com.
At Mr. Hero, every sandwich deserves a sidekick. Imagine all the possibilities. A Roman burger with loaded tater tots, a chicken Philly with fried pickles, or a hot butter cheesesteak with breaded mushrooms.
Mr. Hero, it's the taste you crave. Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
At the all-new Kia of Bedford, buy any new Kia and make no payments for 90 days. You heard it, no payments for 90 days. KiaofBedford.com. With approved credit, deferred payments applied to the remainder of financing.
Wild Turkey Bourbon is partnering with the iHeartRadio Music Festival to give you a chance to win a VIP trip for 2 to this year's event in Las Vegas. To enter and for official rules, visit WildTurkeyBoldSweeps.com. iHeartRadio and Wild Turkey remind you to never compromise and drink responsibly. Copyright 2023, Campari America, New York, New York.
Hey, it's Alan. We're teaming up with the Cleveland Funny Bus to give you guys an amazing night out. Join us every Wednesday While we explore the city's most interesting neighborhoods and spots, it's a 90-minute trip. Your tour guides are local comedians who put their awesome, hilarious spin on the sights and sounds and history of the area, and I'll be your host. Tickets are only $33. We leave from Collision Bend Brewing Company. So get ready to have a great time. Get your tickets now. Join us for Alan Cox Show night on the Cleveland Funny Bus. Go to funnybus.net for all the info.
To every woman with a will and a workbench. Every mom with a miter saw she's not afraid to use. Every daughter with a drill and the drive. To the women who get their nail guns together. The ones who are welding the gap. The same ones who DIY like no one's watching. At the Home Depot, we see the potential in you because you see the potential in everything. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Welcome to Breeze Line, where you'll say ta-ta, T-Mobile, because we've got more reliable home internet that's a whole lot faster. In fact, 10 times faster? No, seriously, because we have real internet backed by our fiber-powered network, and T-Mobile, well, they just have a 5G cellular network. So act now to get superior home internet. Find your perfect speed with prices starting at $19.99 a month for 24 months. Terms and conditions apply. Go to breezeline.com to learn more.
Do you know the sound Dunkin' Iced makes? Of course you do. It's that sound of the ice randomly yet rhythmically shaking around the cup, creating the soundtrack to a perfect summer. And summer sure does sound good. Try Dunkin' Refreshers, iced coffee, cold brew, and lattes. America runs on Dunkin'.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Today at 12:30.
There's a ball hammered deep left center field. Up and gone. A home run.
Josh Bell and the Guardians are looking for payback against the Detroit Tigers. Coverage begins with Guardians Live on Bally Sports Great Lakes and the Bally Sports app.
Hot in one room and cold in the next? No ductwork? No problem. Bryant Ductless Systems will bring enhanced heating and cooling to your home. Call Henry Heating and Cooling today to find out which ductless system is right for you. Bryant and Henry Heating and Cooling, doing whatever it takes.
Maytag month has got it going on. It's all you want with the savings all month long. Baby, can't you see? Maytag month is all you need. You know you can't go wrong when Maytag month is going on.
Upgrade to the performance you need on all Maytag major appliances during May is Maytag month, happening all month long.
Maytag month is going on.
You're gonna love this house, Sergeant Riley.
Just look at these high ceilings.
The upstairs is even better. City lights right from your window.
Upstairs? I don't see any stairs.
Oh, just strap on this harness and climb right up.
Up this rock climbing wall.
There's no field manual for finding
Okay, the guys in Clutch are back in Cleveland this weekend, Mother's Day, Sunday. The No Stars Above Tour. And they got a couple of very talented dudes opening for them. Amigo the Devil and Nate Bergman are on the bill as well. Tickets info, everything else at axs.com. Never a bad time when the Clutch guys are in town. So if you want to go see them on Sunday, caller 10, these tickets are yours. 2 for Clutch. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
What feels great to do is absolutely free, can be done by yourself, and yet no one ever mentions it.
It's the Alan Cox Show on the Buzzard. WMMS.
We played Animal Farm on 2 Hours to Midnight on Saturday. Great Clutch song. Clocks in at under 2 minutes. You're in, you're out. I don't even know if they play it live, but every Saturday night we play 2 hours of metal here on MMS. The show is called 2 Hours to Midnight. I'm your host, along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. And every week it's 2 full hours of none but metal. Some local music in there, too. This Saturday night, Black Label Society will play some Grip Incorporated, local music from Assault and Vadiot. Play some Tooth Grinder. What else? Cannibal Corpse. What else? You want to hear something? Just shoot me an email. It's 2htm@wmms.com, and we post the playlists every week, too, at the Facebook page and at WMMS.com. We'll have a Poundcake sports break for you a little closer to 5:30. At this point, there are probably people who possibly only tune in on Wednesdays for the Poundcake sports break.
Yes, they know what's going on in the world of sports.
That's fair enough. Right. You want to get yourself hip to what's going on. Every single week, Poundcake will tell me something I didn't know. You know, like that hetero flexible who called and just loved the cut of his jib when it comes to whatever he's talking about.
Got a nice jib.
She loves it. She wants more. Hey, listen, speaking of kinks, they're getting those koalas in Australia vaxxed for chlamydia, by the way. So if that's what's been keeping you from making that trip down under, you're golden from here on out. If you were worried about koala chlamydia, you know, you're going to have a full day in the air to reconsider your life choices, if that's your thing. But it's one less thing you've got to worry about. You know, if blindness and infertility, what else can chlamydia cause if untreated? Pneumonia, death. If those things were worrying you, you're like, well, I'd love to go to Australia. I get turned on by the koalas. I have a frothing, unbridled attraction to marsupials, and I want to go. Nothing's holding you back now because they're going to be vaccinating them for chlamydia. That's a long, long flight, too. Plenty of time to think because it kills koalas. These are relatively lazy animals. And, you know, John Oliver over on HBO, he has a koala chlamydia award named after him, courtesy of a prank by Russell Crowe. The chlamydia kills koalas because they get so sick that they can't climb the trees or get food or anything like that. If you've been to the zoo and watched koalas, they're cute, but they're not doing much. So if what little they do is prohibited by them getting sick, a lot of people who, like, I really have we've traveled a lot of places. I have no interest in going to Australia just because it's such a long trip. If Australia was like where Florida is, I'd love to go to Australia. But I've never talked to anybody who's been to Australia who will tell you it was worth the trip. The length. They go, yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's cool. Another part of the world. And no disrespect to Australia. It seems to be a lovely country in a few spots. But if you wanted to go there because you're way into the koalas, just FYI, they're trying to remove the chlamydia from the equation. And so I guess that's good news for you international travelers. You see the video of the British kids trying to do English accents? Made me think of Poundcake when he does his British accent. What's good for the goose, after all?
I love my Duke.
I love my Doog is his go-to phrase. From Hannah Montana?
Yeah, Miley Cyrus. She was on stage. And they're like, do it. She said, I love my Duke.
I mean, some of these are good and some of them aren't, but you'll start to... What always interests me when people impersonate Americans is what they'll zero in on. How the world would replicate a typical American. And tell me if you notice what they're zeroing in on. All of these people are British, but they're doing their American accent. Obviously, some are better than others, just like when we do British accents over here. Some people are Oscar award-winning actors. Some people are Poundcake, doing I Love My Doog. And these people are all English, trying to speak like Americans.
Literally, Coachella is the best festival I've ever been to in my life.
Now, she's not great. You can hear her little lilt there. You can hear the accent trying to creep in, but some of these people are amazing.
Can I have a glass of water?
I literally cannot deal with all of these people around here. They're such vegans. I just want some meat, okay? A big fat cheeseburger and some fries would be so good.
I went to Coachella this year, and there was, like, no vegan options. Oh, my God, I'm, like, drinking a beer.
I literally don't know anything.
We're literally, like, eating so much food today, drinking so many drinks.
That is disgusting.
So it's a lot of Coachella, it's a lot of literally, and it's a lot of vegan stuff. I mean, there have to be vegans, especially if you live in the UK. The less meat you have to eat, the happier I imagine you'd be.
Right.
There's only so much sheep you can consume. But yeah, they've zeroed in on literally, and maybe they just see that on social media. They've zeroed in on the vegan thing and Coachella. To those Brits doing their best American accent, I guess that's what encapsulates this country for them. I was surprised nobody was like, bang, bang, I've been shot.
Right. I need my AR-15.
So, yeah, I think that's cute. Because, you know.
Asking Brits to speak in an American
I'll show
accent.
you the video here.
Literally, Coachella is the best festival I've ever been to in my life. Can I have a glass of water?
So this is my...
Can I have a glass of water is what that girl went with.
See, that's like I love my Duke. See?
Can I have a glass of water?
American accent. I'm here.
I'm selling my brownies, duh. I literally cannot deal with all of these people around here. They're such vegans. I just want some meat, okay? A big fat cheeseburger and some fries.
A lot of vegan stuff.
This would be so good.
I went to Coachella this year, and there was, like, no vegan options. Oh, my God, I'm, like, drinking a beer.
Yeah, anyway, it's a lot of Coachella stuff. And I would imagine that, you know, there's probably British kids that go to Coachella. I'd like to go to Coachella once just so I could be the oldest person there who's not super rich. Right? That would be my, and I'd wear some.
I'd like to go once to be the fattest person there.
Oh. Have you seen recent Coachella photos?
I don't know. I feel like
you've got some competition there.
All right. Well,
yep.
I'll get fat.
If Action Bronson shows up, you're in trouble, son.
I'll show up and tell everybody I'm Action Bronson.
Yeah. But Poundcake's I Love My Doog. That one is hard to top.
I love my Duke. Yeah, I don't know if Miley does it better. Hannah Montana does it better.
So the Americans are vegans, according to which I thought was a weird. That was a weird thing to zero in on.
I feel like we are the most. We claim to be the most health conscious country.
Wait,
no,
what?
we don't.
Who? What?
We do? No, we don't. We're proud. People here are proud to be fat tubs of crap.
I don't think so.
Yes, they are.
They're not proud.
You're
of it,
hanging out with Orange Theory people.
Yeah, you've changed, man.
You have changed, homie.
I never claimed to ever be a vegan, though. Like.
Well, no, that's a whole other.
That's a whole culture thing.
Right, that's
though.
a whole other thing. I'm just saying that I don't think anyone in this country, nobody claims that America, we're like exporting obesity. Nobody claims that this country is the most health conscious.
Well, I guess I'm thinking
just because people are the loudest about it.
I was going to say, California is very loud about it. They're these Valley girls, these Coachella girls.
That's California, though.
Can I have my burger protein style like that? came from
What
us.
is protein? Oh, no bun.
No bun. They have it like the lettuce is the bun, and they.
You can get that here. It's not a California thing. That's how my wife gets her hamburger half the time.
Can I
You get
have
it
a
at
protein
Wendy's
style?
or Five Guys with a lettuce bun.
Is it good? I've never had a protein style.
Sounds good as a bun.
But it slides all over.
Yeah,
I mean, you got to eat it in the
you gotta
paper
basically
because
gotta
it's
eat
just
like
all over the place.
Like with a fork and knife. I don't like it.
Gets on my nerve. Ugh. You don't go to a fast food restaurant if you want.
Some people just want to listen. Some people just want a hamburger.
Mm-hmm.
We grilled hamburgers last night.
Oh, so good.
Gwen grilled. They were so good.
They put our grills out. We can start grilling tomorrow.
There you go.
I can't wait.
Is it a charcoal deal or gas or what is
Gas.
it?
We grill with propane. We live by the rules of one Hank Hill.
Well, propane and propane related products.
Mm-hmm. It gives the propane gives meat a nice flavor of meat.
Mm-hmm. Well, we have a new grill coming. I ordered a pellet grill.
Oh.
I'm getting on the pellet grill bandwagon because everybody I know who has one swears by it. So it's time for us to get it's probably past time for us to get a new grill. And so I have a new one coming.
Poundcake, you petty bitch. You said you wouldn't say the name of the place. And then you said that they had a fold-over egg. There's only one place that serves fold-over eggs in their breakfast sandwiches. We all know what that place is. I don't appreciate that. At all. Do better.
Who's this we all know? Who the hell knows who serves a fold-over egg? That is a huge leap in assumption there that everybody knows who serves a fold-over egg on their breakfast sandwich. He could have been going to a mom-and-pop joint. By the way, you do know that there's protein in eggs, right?
No, I don't.
You
want
said
that.
You said I got eggs, no protein when you were talking about your breakfast sandwich.
No, I said just protein. I said just the sausage, and then bacon, and I said double the protein.
But there's protein in eggs.
Yeah, but I didn't want that type of protein.
You just wanted meat, animal protein.
Yes.
Isn't an egg animal protein?
I don't want that kind. I'm allowed to have my.
I know.
Flavors. What do you mean?
I'm just saying. I wondered if maybe all this working out you're doing, somebody might have led you astray.
You have to fool me with the type with egg. Like when you put it, when I have like Chinese food and they put it in like the rice, I don't mind it then. Like you have to jazz it up so I don't notice that there's egg in there. But when it's like a main ingredient in something and there's a lot of it, I don't like the taste of egg. If I taste too much egg, I'm not gonna like it. I know it's in cakes. I know it's in stuff that we make, but that specifically has like a layer of egg, and I don't want to see it. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to taste it. So I get it taken off.
Well, now we know. So that nothing but egg cake I was going to make you for your birthday this year, you don't want that?
Absolutely not. I'll throw up.
I hated eggs as a kid because we were made to eat them. Because they're good for you. And that's all my mom cared about. So we were made to eat eggs all the time. Now I love them. But there was a long, multiple decade period of my life where I would not eat eggs at all. Just on principle, I would reject them. Now I have them just about every morning. But, well, hard boil them. I mean, there's a way that you can eat eggs. You can find a way you like eggs.
You know, it's just weird how your taste buds change over time because there's some things that you didn't like as a kid that you like now, and things that you like now that you didn't like as a kid. But
I think eggs is the only one for me that's changed.
That egg is not one of the changes. Like, I have not liked eggs my entire life.
Well, there you go. Bill, we have to return all of our egg-centric gifts for his birthday this year.
Excellent.
He did it.
You can exit anytime you'd like.
No, he's got to do the sports break. I got to take a break, and then he's got to come back and do a sports break.
All right.
You got it all lined up?
On his face. Yes.
Okay, good. Then we'll come back. I'll have those Monster Jam tickets for you. That's June 3rd over at Brown Stadium. You get 4 tickets you want to check up on Monster Jam. We'll hook that up. And the Poundcake Sports Break coming too. If you want to text for anything, 35192. You can watch at alancoxshow.com and listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
Every September, the biggest names in music take the stage at our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Taylor Swift, Green Day, Rihanna,
2 nights.
Mariah Carey,
On one stage.
Billie Eilish, Carrie Underwood, Elton John.
Once-in-a-lifetime collaborations like
Can you believe this?
Lady Gaga and Sting,
Lisa here. How you doing?
Florida Georgia Line and Backstreet Boys,
Such an amazing honor.
Mary J. Blige and Prince,
Mary, pleasure's all mine.
Justin Timberlake and Shawn Mendes,
Never done this before.
No Doubt and Pink, and more this September.
Listen to find out.
New episodes of Badass of the Week drop every week.
Obviously.
On the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Time to get stuff away. Get stuff away.
All right, let's put you at Monster Jam back in Cleveland by popular demand. No joke. Saturday, June 3rd. It's going to happen at Brown Stadium. You see Gravedigger and El Toro Loco and Max D and many, many more of your favorite Monster Jam trucks. Maybe some new favorites in there, too. Tickets, info, everything else, go to monsterjam.com. This 4-pack of tickets for you to Monster Jam for caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
To pee or not to pee? Whoops, I already started.
The Alan Cox Show is back
On 100.7 WMMS.
Push it. Push it. Push it. Push it.
Got the Poundcake sports break here in a few minutes. Guardians lose their second in the 3-game series.
Push it.
Against the Detroit Tigers not long ago. It was an afternooner, and they shut them out. 5-0 was the final. They'll lick their wounds tomorrow and then be back Friday night. They'll be here at home to play the LA Angels. 7:10 is going to be your first pitch, right around the corner. And here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. You can listen to the game as well. If you listen to us from out of state, tell me where. Angela is a bureau chief in Nashville. Jackie's in Paramus, New Jersey. Jordan listens in Park City, Utah. Joy is in Lombard, Illinois. Outside Chicago. Ashley's in Minot. It's Minot, North Dakota?
Yeah, Minot.
You've performed there, right?
Many times, yeah. Like 4 times. Well, that's a lot for Minot.
Sure, yeah. And Tyler is a listener in Dry Ridge, Kentucky, right across the river from Wet Ridge. You know who John Anderson is?
Yeah. Sports Center?
Yeah. Not the front man for Yes. John Anderson is the guy in the barrel today. Every couple days, there's a sports announcer who's in the barrel for something he said that he instantly regrets. I know John Anderson. He used to host Wipeout with John Henson.
Yeah.
And I think maybe he got a little John Henson in him here. Because if you ever watched Wipeout, and that show I think has probably been off the air for about 10 years now, but over quarantine during the pandemic, we got heavily into Wipeout. We were watching all of them. I think John Henson is funny in anything. And John Anderson was the straight man in their little thing. For people who watch Wipeout, it's these people that have to traverse these. It's an obstacle course, but you get knocked into the water, you get punched in the face by a giant, padded fist, whatever. And they're all on Hulu. And I think the show is still technically in production. There's different hosts. I think John Cena might host the new version of Wipeout. But the John Henson, John Anderson version is the one that we watched a lot. Well, John Anderson is in the barrel today. He has since apologized for making fun or making a joke about a player's name. He was calling the Vegas Knights hockey game. And they have a Native American player. He's the first player from the Sioux Nation to play for, I don't know if it's any professional hockey team or just the first one in the Knights. I can't imagine there's that many Sioux players, but I don't know.
13 minutes to go. We're in the second. Zach Whitecloud. What kind of name is Whitecloud? Great name. You're a toilet paper. His first goal in the playoffs as well as 3-1.
Now,
the vape joke was right there, and you went toilet paper.
Yeah, the vape. Well, who knows? The vape joke might have made people angry, as opposed to likening a guy's name to toilet paper. Anyway, John Anderson is now apologizing profusely for making an ill-time. Listen, hockey moves fast, boy. You're calling a hockey game? I think a good rule of thumb might be don't ever mention the names. Just mention the names and the content. That guy passed to that guy. Mm-hmm. Now this guy has it. John Anderson's been at ESPN a long time. And the way these companies are looking to cut people, Your timing couldn't be worse. He said, hey, I'm really, really sorry about that. Like, did not, whatever. This is Oilers Knights Game 3. This is the other night. And he said that Zach Whitecloud's name, great name if you're toilet paper.
That's not great. That's not the best.
He's the first indigenous NHL player from the Sioux Valley, Dakota Nation. Probably not a lot of kids on the reservation playing hockey. So he said, my job is to be prepared and know the backgrounds of the players, and I blew it. And I'll reach out to the team to apologize, and I hope that I'll be able to speak to Zach Whitecloud as well. Because I would like to do that. But the toilet paper thing did not go over well. God, somebody sent me video, and I know you're trolling me by doing this. I get it. Ha-ha. Of Imagine Dragons playing outside the Netflix headquarters while the writers are striking. We just brought a microphone and some, I got a guitar. These people are suffering enough. Imagine Dragons. Imagine dragging these balls across
across the
come
picket
on,
line.
yeah, come on, man. Imagine Dragons. Oh, we're here to support you. Come on. I'm trying to get a job. I'm trying to get back writing on television. Last thing I need is flaccid frat rock blaring in my face. Get out of here. Imagine Dragons. They stink. I know. There's a lot of people who like them. I get it.
Now, that was to keep the writer, get the writers to go back to work or what?
I don't know. Well, because all these celebrities now are trying to show their solidarity with the writers. So Leno's bringing donuts. Pete Davidson's bringing pizzas. There's bands coming by. Netflix is in the same building in L.A. as Channel 5 is. KTLA Channel 5 is in the same building as the Netflix headquarters over there on Sunset. So Imagine Dragons, walk out of the picket line, sit on a bus bench, hook up a mic. Ugh. I mean, imagine you're one of these writers. You're going to gather around because you're not doing anything else. You're just standing around picketing all day long. So anything to distract you from that, I get, is going to be a welcome distraction. But these guys, the other night, I don't know where she saw him or on TV. I don't know what it was. Gwen goes, that singer from Imagine Dragons is pretty foxy. I'm like, what, are you kidding me? Guy looks like he took a pan to the face. Always got his shirt off. And it's not because my wife said that, by the way. I've disliked Imagine Dragons from the jump. I don't care for what they're doing. I don't need more truck commercial rock and roll in my life. I don't. Aren't they Mormons or something?
Yeah, I think so.
One dude's name is Sermon, for Christ's sake. I mean, anyway, God bless them. They're trying to do their thing, right? They're a Vegas band. Ooh, maybe they'll be out there when I'm in Vegas in July.
There you go.
And go see Imagine Dragons. Maybe they can convert me. Like I imagine they probably converted some of those people in that WGA picket line. Because they've been around for a minute now. And they're a very popular band, I understand. Doesn't make them good. Popular does not mean good. Just means a lot of people like them. If they had a different name, it's the name. Yeah, the music stinks. But if they had a different name, that might be, make it all more palatable. I don't know. But those people have suffered enough. I hope that it was a brief interlude for them. But, these are people with families. These are people who are wondering how they're going to pay the bills. Television writers weren't getting rich in the first place. There's this notion in the rest of the country that if you work in showbiz, you're rich. And for writers on shows,
not the case.
No. For the vast majority of these people, not the case at all. Poundcake, are you ready for your sports break? Are you all set in there? Sorry. Y'all set in there?
Yeah, I am. Was I off that whole time?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with I don't know what's going on over here.
That's okay. I was just in here imagining his dragon, so it's fine.
Yeah, okay. There it is. You think he's hot, that main dude? Dan Reynolds is a singer for Imagine Dragons.
Absolutely.
Really? All right, well.
I would wash in his mayonnaise. Yes, absolutely.
This guy. See, now that one girl called, he's going to be all over this. I think he's got to put more zhuzh on the whole thing.
No, I've always mentioned that dude.
Yeah, okay.
And you sound like a hater, by the way.
I do hate them. They stink.
But you sound like a hater.
Listen, I don't hate anything. I think they stink. I've said it from day one. And it annoys me that they're so popular. I'll cop to that.
Okay.
It's very annoying to me.
I think I sent you guys
Mormon rockers who got lucky, and like this dude, by the way, this singer, gets super famous, like dumps his wife, like that kind of thing, right?
But you always make comments because of course he's posting thirst traps on Instagram. He's completely shredded, and if you had that body like that, you'd be doing the exact same thing.
No, I wouldn't. Why would I be walking around with I get it. He's a rock star, the whole thing, right? And he's not shredded.
Yes, he is.
No. He's like an okay. Remember when like Donald Glover did This Is America, that video?
Yeah.
And people were like, bro.
He doesn't look like that.
You're not ripped. Like, that's not like shirt off shape.
Okay.
I'm not a hater. I just dislike that band very much. Everybody has bands they just don't like. Very popular bands, and you're swimming against that tide, right?
Yeah.
You're pissing in the wind when it comes to that Imagine Dragons fan base.
Okay.
And it's okay. I'm not gonna change anybody's mind.
I tolerate the music if I got, a one-night stand with them.
Well, I'll tell you what, though. I do think it's very interesting, these bands that are pretty religious in nature, and then they blow up. And then all of a sudden they go, well, we're not really. It was never. I mean, we kind of. Mm-hmm. Because a label tells them, hey, ixnay on the eases, Jay.
Same thing with
because there's a lot of baggage that comes with. That's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. That's faith in action.
Yep.
None of these bands are like, yeah, we're Mormons. We're loud and proud about it. How you like that? Because you don't know if you're going to blow up as a band. And then once you do, everybody goes, hey, you better streamline this stuff. And they go, yeah, okay. Which is good business sense, but,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've ranted enough. It's silly. Who cares?
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break!
In the headlines today, college basketball coach Bob Huggins is in need of a hug after taking a $1 million pay cut. This comes after comments he made on a radio show about Xavier University in Cincinnati, calling them Catholic. Sorry, y'all. Fags. Bob has
Don't apologize to me.
Bob has since apologized for his comments, and he has said he's embarrassed and ashamed to the people that he has hurt, which is me. And Bob will make a donation to the local LGBTQ plus center and Xavier Center for Faith and Justice, and wants to strive for diversity and inclusion. Well, how about me, Bob? It's almost Pride Month. Hello. How about you diversify my income? With your generous donation, I will make FAG stand for Finance, Assets, and Gratuity. I take Venmo and Cash App. I look forward to your donation. And then also LSU's women's basketball player, Flojay Johnson. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
What?
Flojay?
Isn't that an antihistamine? What's her I don't know. Okay.
Her name is Flojay Johnson, who is apparently also a rapper in addition to being a basketball player. She is also apologizing for her offensive rap lyrics. So, nope, it wasn't the LGBTQ plus community this time. She offended... if you were alive during 9/11 to witness the horrific terrorist attacks of 9/11, you might get a little angry as well. Let me share the lyrics with you. I know they sour.
Here, you want me to play it? I got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Play the lyrics.
I know they sour. In this 9/11, blowing smoke just like them towers.
So, classy. Naturally, LSU is doing damage control, and they made a statement on Fox News saying, We will learn and grow from this experience together. Flo J is also signed to Rock Nation, so no word yet on if that deal will fall through. But it's clear that Flo J wasn't ready to inhale all the smoke from her comments.
Yeah.
And lastly, NASCAR this past weekend reminds us all that there's never too short a time span to throw some hands. Drivers Ross Chastain and Noah Gragson squared up Sunday in the pit stop, no less. Apparently, Noah didn't like it when Ross pinned his car up against a wall during a race, and they had it out in the pit. It was a quick but effective fight, no less. They both walked away with bruises and bleeding mayonnaise. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball!
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
I know they sour. In this 911 blowing smoke just like them towers.
911 Porsche, that's what she's referring to?
I guess.
Is that the reference? I'm in this 911 blowing smoke like the tower.
I couldn't find the whole music video because they scrubbed it.
Flo J. Oh, I love it.
I think that's her real name, though.
FLAU apostrophe JAE.
Yeah, I spelled it
Flo J. Johnson.
phonetically, but I had to look it up because I was like, she's not a big enough star yet where I think they would have a name pronunciation, but they did. So that's where I got that from. But
well, you got to be on your grind, right? It's not enough to be a college athlete anymore. You got to do everything else.
Well, don't they get paid now?
Not all of them.
If they can get some sort of endorsement.
If you get an
We're
NIL
not getting an
deal.
endorsement now. Not after that.
No.
Blowing smoke just like them towers.
Yeah, but you know what? She was born in 2003.
Yep.
9/11 means nothing to her.
That's like
she's 19 years old.
It's like Pearl Harbor for her.
Well, you know, I mean, if you were born, she was born 2 years after 9/11, but it means nothing to her.
Okay. So put it in a rap lyric.
This strikes me as something that might go away pretty quickly because, like, 9/11 is far enough removed now where, yeah, you're going to have some, this is a disgrace to all the families of blah, blah. First of all, you didn't even know who this girl was until this happened. You weren't paying attention to Flo J. Johnson at LSU.
You can call me Flo, and you can call me Jay.
Just don't call, yeah. But, I mean, you know, the same people that were making 9/11 commemorative coins to make a buck on same hucksters that were doing that are all of a sudden screaming and whining over Flo J. Johnson. Yeah. Her father is the rapper Camouflage, already well known in Savannah, Georgia, which is where she's from. Camouflage had signed a record deal with Universal Music before he was killed. All right. So she's got some genetic cred, maybe? I don't know.
They said they hang around with, she's been linked to, Lil Wayne and other rappers in the game. Or I guess her father was. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, he died when he was 21. So he left it in early. Murdered by gunfire outside of Pure Pain Records while he was walking his toddler son. Apparently, she didn't know that this was her dad. Jason Johnson is her dad. Okay, well, anyway. But his daughter's playing at Louisiana State, and she signed a deal with Rock Nation, which is Jay-Z's label. And it's not like Jay-Z's going to cut her loose for that. He's a businessman.
He's still a New Yorker, though?
Yeah, but
he's a New Yorker.
22 years later, blowing smoke like the towers. First of all, those towers were smoking, so she didn't say anything that was incorrect. Those towers are smoking a lot because planes had just gone through them.
Oh, that's why they were smoking. I couldn't remember. That's like
Bill, see me after the show, will you? Yeah. But she's born after 9/11.
I always think it's weird. Obviously, it dates the movie when you see the landscape of New York City or the skyline of New York City and the towers are there. I just think that's cool. I like watching movies because I'm just thinking they look so pretty and no one knew what the future held. But it's just cool to see them. It keeps their memory alive when I see them in movies. I think that skyline looks way better than the Freedom Tower now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was, but again, you know,
I like the old.
The Twin Towers were about as old as I am. They weren't that old.
Yeah, they were 40 years old.
Yeah.
Actually, no. I think weren't they finished in like 73?
Something like that. Yeah, they weren't that old.
Okay.
It's not like the Empire State Building or something. You know, I mean, they've been around a long, long time. Chrysler Building. I mean, they were relatively new, you know. Flo J was on a rap, Stephen Canton says, Flo J was on a rap show called Rap Game, hosted by Jermaine Dupri about 5 years ago. So she was
like a 15
kid doing that. Yeah.
14,
All right, there you go.
15, damn.
Alan, you're a hater judging Donald Glover now because he's comfortable in his own body. I didn't realize you had to have a certain body type to be shirtless. Well, you're welcome. I'm giving you that information now. You do. You don't have to be, but for other people to show it off, yeah. I'm all for being comfortable in your own body. You run around shirtless, give me a show. Come on, man.
That's kind of sus, Alan.
What is?
You saying if a guy needs to take off his shirt off, he needs to give you a show? What you want to see his body for? What you looking for?
I didn't say want to. He wants me to. He's the guy running around with his shirt off. So he clearly wants me to.
Okay.
I'm 51 years old. I'm in pretty good shape. I'm getting in better shape. I'm not running around with my shirt off no matter how great a shape I'm in.
I think you would if you were in the best shape of your life. You'd be on that commercial like, I'm in the best shape of my life. My wife can't keep her hands off of me. And I'm 50 plus years old. And I can chase my young daughter
Yeah,
around.
but how do you know when the best shape of your life is? It's only your best shape so far.
Yes, but if you've never been in that shape your entire, like right now, I can say with full certainty that this is the best shape of my life. I have never been as fit as I am, as
right of your life so far. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't say thus far. We know that. You
I do.
Live to know.
I do. I like people that have all the information.
I don't know what the future holds.
That's right. Fate might have something in store for us. You never know. I got a break. You want to send a text 35192. You can watch at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rising from the ashes of the 90s. Buzzard Fest. August 4th at Victory Park.
Buzzard Fest.
Featuring
Incubus. Bush. Live. Filter.
Tickets on sale now. And your chance to win your way in at WMMS.com.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance because you'll feel protected no matter how the wind blows. Also, you can keep enjoying the home of your dreams. And our expert agents can help you save up to 23% when you bundle home with auto. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. American Family Insurance. Get a quote? Find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
It's Doogie here. You're ready for a comeback. And with Purdue Global, you can do more than take classes. You can take charge of your story, of your career, of your life. Earn a degree you can be proud of and get an education employers respect. It's time. It's your time, not just to go back to school, but to come back and move forward with Purdue Global, Purdue's online university for working adults. Start your comeback at purdueglobal.edu. That's purdueglobal.edu.
At Jersey Mike's, watching them freshly slice the meat and cheese for my sub is a sight to behold. The layers of ham, salami, and pepperoni are even more glorious than the pink and orange layers of a sunrise. Yeah, the sun's pretty and all that, but in about 7 billion years, it's going to explode, obliterating the Earth and every living thing on it. And if there's no sun, there's no subs. Meanwhile, the only thing a sub ever obliterated was my hunger. Freshly sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Before new Cascade Platinum Plus, I would pre-rinse all my dishes because my old detergent just wouldn't get them clean. But now, I do dishes differently. A no pre-wash, no rewash, money-back guaranteed kind of different. Because Cascade Platinum Plus has double the grease-fighting power of Dawn built right in, with twice the scrubbing power, giving me a clean that lets me break all the dish rules. I just scrape, load, and I'm done. Yep. So clean. With Cascade Platinum Plus, I dare to dish differently.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
A
at the all-new Kia of Bedford. Buy any new Kia and make no payments for 90 days. You heard it. Buy any new Kia and make no payments for 90 days. And get peace of mind with our all-new complimentary lifetime engine warranty with qualifying vehicle purchase. Get what you need at the all-new Kia of Bedford on the Bedford Auto Mile.
K-O-B-E, Kia at Bedford.com.
With approved credit, deferred payments apply to the remainder of financing. See dealer for details.
Experience elegant urban living in Cleveland with Residences at 55. With easy freeway access, Residences at 55 on Public Square offers refined and modern apartments nestled in the heart of our pet-friendly community. And Chef Rocco Whalen's Fahrenheit is attached right next door. Plus shopping, dining, entertainment, and all that downtown Cleveland has to offer just a short walk away. Discover more at residencesat55.com. Residences at 55. Reflective sophistication. Uncompromising convenience. Suites available now. Move in today.
Lorain County Community College grads are ready for the future.
I turned to LCCC for a degree in advanced technology.
To gain the skills needed to start a new career in cybersecurity.
To become a nurse and make a difference in our community.
To save money before earning my degree at a 4-year university.
To earn a degree that fits with my life. You can turn to LCCC. We will prepare you for the jobs of the future. Lorain County Community College. Always here, always ready. Enroll today.
Okay, true stories from Huntington with Veronica and her banker, Roger.
Veronica, you were nervous about trying to get a home. Why is that?
Nobody likes to hear the word no. You know, one day I just said, okay, I'm gonna go talk to the banker.
How'd it go, Roger?
If there was a bump in the road, we hit it. But we navigated right through it. Veronica kept pushing.
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories. Loan subject to credit application and approval. Equal housing lender.
To every woman with a will and a workbench. Every mom with a miter saw she's not afraid to use. Every daughter with a drill and the drive. To the women who get their nail guns together. The ones who are welding the gap. The same ones who DIY like no one's watching. At the Home Depot, we see the potential in you because you see the potential in everything. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
When we made our McDonald's Spicy Chicken McNuggets, you were praise hands emoji. Then we ran out, and you were streaming tears emoji. Now they're back, so you can be grinning face with sweat emoji. Order ahead on the McDonald's app.
Spicy Chicken McNuggets are back at McDonald's. Now buy one 6-piece Spicy Chicken McNuggets, get another for only $1. Order ahead on the app to save time. Don't wait to get yours. At participating McDonald's for a limited time.
Mom knows a good deal when she sees one, and she'd want you to shop Mother's Day at Meijer. Get deals like buy one, get one free, Lindt Lindor, Russell Stover, or Ghirardelli Premium Chocolates. And Hallmark Mixed Floral or a dozen rose bouquet for just $16.99 with M-Perks. Make a big deal of Mother's Day Sunday, May 14th. Plus, find the same low prices no matter how you shop, in-store or online. Get more for your money and more for Mom at Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all the deals in the Meijer app.
Did you know that tires purchased from Conrad's include everything you need to get the maximum life out of your new tires? Bundle and save to get up to $250 off on 4 select Goodyear tires. Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
Hear new music first on your free iHeartRadio app.
This is Lars.
James from Metallica here.
And this is iHeartRadio.
What's up? This is Mike Shinoda from Linkin Park.
We're the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yeah. The free iHeartRadio app is where the biggest stars in the world connect with you. Download it today.
Meet Butler. Butler loves chasing squirrels, a long run on the beach, and a good barbecue. A bedbug barbecue, that is. Butler is Bedbug Barbecue's grill master, and he's ready to bring the heat so you're bedbug free in 24 hours. Contact Butler at bedbugbbq.com now.
I love Mondays. And yes, I'm being 100% serious. Why? It's because I'm a Dunkin' Rewards member, and
Don't try to figure out what he's saying. It's the Mighty Melvins from the early 90s, album called Houdini. This one's Hooch. One of the many, many album covers that a dynamite artist named Frank Kozik did. He did album art for Queens of the Stone Age and the Melvins and Soundgarden, and he was kind of a pop artist of the highest order. We have an original Kozik at Casa Cox in the dining room, and his wife announced that he died. He's 61 years old. If you were a fan of kind of pop art, Frank Kozik was near the top of that pyramid and had been doing it for a long, long time. Worked very closely with a lot of bands. I think he had like a punk record label for a while and would book shows back in the day. And so he ingratiated himself with a lot of those kinds of bands. He was kind of one of the first guys to do like, now you can't go anywhere without seeing some kind of like art toys. Not just comic book shops, but I mean, you could be walking through a Barnes and Noble and they're going to have like Funko Pops and things like that. Frank Kozik was kind of one of the first guys to usher in that age of pop art toys, but was a very highly regarded artist for a lot of people. Frank Kozik died. So, again, probably somebody that maybe not a lot of people are familiar with. If you weren't into bands like Queens of the Stone Age, a little band called Nirvana. He worked with them. But he was part of Kid Robot for a while. And so I have to imagine that the piece that we have just jumped in value. Not that we're going to sell it because we like it. But sadly, he never got to work with Dolly Parton, who, of course, announced her rock album. You know who this is, Cody?
Sorry, I was on the phone.
That's okay. Oh, he's talking to a caller. He's not going to know who it is. You ever heard of the Melvins?
No.
All right. I think they're coming pretty soon. You and I can go. We'll go see the Melvins.
You're inviting me on a date?
Why do you got to do that? Why, you know what I mean?
You're within his height range that he likes.
I really am. I'm not too tall for him.
No, that height range only exists for bottoms, and I don't take Alan as a bottom. He wouldn't be a bottom.
No, top all day, homie.
Yeah, I was gonna say tops. I don't care how tall they are because it's me who. Yeah.
It's you. You're the problem.
You do the climbing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, all I need is some big, comfy pillows. The big, long body pillows. I could just fold them up, and I could just.
That's what he calls them, big, comfy pillows.
Yeah, I just lay on.
He's climbing a human ladder. Who plays for the NBA or something? Melvins were at the Grog Shop last September, I'm being told. Okay. Well, I missed Buzzo then, but I won't next time. They were doing, last time they were out with Ministry, I think. So maybe that's the one I missed. Anywho, whatever. R.I.P. Frank Kozik. So Bill sent me this video of it because we were talking about this a couple of days ago about a guy microwaving a steak.
And then...
This made you mad, or I
was all excited about it.
You were becoming team microwave steak. I thought.
I thought I was, but then I went to the comments and it was an April Fool's joke.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
Well, all I could think was there's no chef or cook in good standing who would ever, even if you could do it, who would suggest that you do it.
Right.
Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Do you want me to show this to people? I mean, was he faking it?
Yeah, he was faking.
Oh, he was faking.
Yeah.
Okay.
So right as soon as I emailed it to you, I'm like, I should have went in the comments, seen what's going on here, but it was an April Fool's joke. So it's not even worth watching because it's fake.
It is dated April 1.
Yeah. Well, it was just someone sent it to me.
Yeah.
And I was all excited because I was like, ooh, maybe this cooking steak in the microwave thing is viable, but it is not yet. Now, if you get on my cooking show where you have to cook everything in the microwave, maybe you'll figure out a way, but...
Microwave.
Yeah.
Well, all I could think was watching this was just throw it in a pan. If you're trying to see, you got to, because he goes, you got to cook, and now you sear it, do it for this, you set it on popcorn, look at that sear.
But the whole idea is to
Just
do it
put
all in a microwave.
Right, but yeah, again, you would do that only to prove that you could.
Right.
Not that it would be like a superior way to do it.
But that's what I want to see. I want to see somebody figure out a way to make a good steak in a microwave, and I just don't think.
Maybe somebody will send you some legit.
Ever seen. We start by putting our raw steak onto a glass plate. We're gonna put this in the microwave, and I know that sounds crazy, but trust me. The first step is we have to put it on the defrost setting. We're gonna choose meats, and I'm gonna click start. All right, now come take a look at this. So if you look inside here, now this steak is actually fully cooked at this point, but it looks absolutely disgusting. So I'm gonna show you how to sear this, yes, in the microwave. The trick to searing it in the microwave is to actually use the popcorn setting. It has extremely high bursts of heat, and that's what's gonna give us that nice crust. Don't let it go for more than 30 to 35 seconds. So,
Is this guy a comedian or a chef?
I think he's a chef.
Okay. Can you hear that?
I can't hear it anymore.
No, you can't hear it in your headphones?
Like slightly.
Yeah. It's not supposed to happen in here. We're gonna
Okay.
get somebody on that. Because I don't know if the audience can hear it too. When I have something all the way down, if
Yeah.
you can still hear it, that's not the way that's supposed to be.
Right.
Okay, so that was a April Fool's prank then.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thanks a lot, April 1st.
Yeah, we're all excited. Nothing to be excited about.
Yeah. Alan, you'd be a power top, a texter says. You know, I've heard the phrase power top.
I've heard power bottom. I feel like all tops should be power tops.
I don't know.
I mean, Bill, I agree. It's all about
what
vigor.
are you doing? Yeah, what if you're on top and you're not bringing power? Then,
Right,
like,
that's where
you be a soft top.
Well,
Like,
that's where you're supposed to be bringing all of your
Yeah,
energy.
I don't think there should be a power top. There should be power verse, which is me, and then power bottom. But
a power bottom just means that you can take it.
Well, power bottoms are control freaks. Like they want to take it, but they want to take it their way. They're like, you know?
I'm going to defer to him. Yeah.
Stop pushing. I'm pushing back.
Stop pushing.
I'll do the pushing.
I just want you to stand there. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like the old joke about the farmer with his sheep on the edge of a cliff, so it pushes back.
Yeah, they're power bottoms are just control freaks. That's all that is. That's how you think about it.
What a way to take control, though.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to need you to do something first, and then I'll take over.
I just need you. You're just a pole, sir.
Well, listen, it's all consensual.
Hey, no.
Good for you. You might not pay that close attention. I certainly know that I don't. You might not pay that close attention to international skirmishes. You might have seen a few headlines about what's going on in the Sudan. But if you're like me, regrettably, you go, the Sudan? I gotta mow the lawn. I can't be reading about the Sudan. I don't know what the hell's going on over there. There are two generals in the Sudan that are fighting. And this could affect your pop.
Ooh.
Because the Sudan is a major, major exporter of something called gum arabic, which is a vital ingredient in everything from soda to chewing gum.
Thought that was a Mars Volta album.
From soda to chewing gum?
No, gum Arabic.
Oh, gum Arabic. And they produce 70% of the world's supply, probably closer to 80. And so this fighting in the Sudan is really going to potentially impact companies like Coke and Pepsi because they need this stuff. It's a binding property, which I guess that explains why you need it in gum. I guess I don't understand how they make pop, but that was just sugar, water, and caramel coloring. Maybe that's part of it. It's used in M&Ms. It's used in gum. It's used in cosmetics. It's used in pharmaceuticals. And this is when, you know, it would be one thing if there was no financial aspect to this. But when you read something like this, you're like, oh, you're going to have the CEO of Coke flying in there and trying to broker a deal between these Sudanese generals who are fighting over something that has nothing to do with, I don't know what they're fighting over, but obviously it's a big deal because before this article, all of them have been about how it's a humanitarian catastrophe. There's like hundreds of thousands of people fleeing the Sudan to get out. They're like going to other neighboring countries because of this fighting, this civil war. And there's 45 million people in the Sudan, and about a third of them are trying to get out. So that's the humanitarian part of it. But as you know, people don't usually care about the humanitarian part of it. They care when it turns out that it might affect their Coke or Pepsi. And they cannot make what they make without this product. And you have to imagine the people who are in charge of these things, like, hey, I don't care what they do there. We just need this stuff flying out of the country, right? These like bloodless corporate meetings that they have to have. They said that most of these companies maybe have a 6-month supply on hand because it's not like the Sudan is ever a fully stable place. There's always something a little hinky going on. But imagine that. Imagine if a war, civil war halfway around the world,
messed up all our pop.
Messed up our pop and our gum. I like gum. I'm a gum chewer. What do I got to start pulling bark off trees? Like Zach Whitecloud on the Vegas Knights? Pulling bark off trees? Going old school?
Maybe if the Sudan went by Sudaniel, people would take it more serious.
Now you just reminded me of Imagine Dragons, and I don't want to start thinking about them again.
That's on you.
I know. It's on me. A sign of how vital this thing is, when the U.S. imposed sanctions on the Sudan in the 1990s, they carved out a loophole for gum Arabic. Oh, listen, we need to get this stuff out. These are multi-billion-dollar corporations.
Yeah,
and
they're going to get this figured out. This war is going to be figured out like that if it messes up the third quarter profits of these companies. They're like, hey, we need a strong fall here.
Yeah. Guys, they're just not buying as much Window Green Orbit as they used to.
Well, we just made the switch to Starry, and we need to make sure we can keep pumping it out.
What is that, by the way? All
Starry's
of a sudden,
the new Sierra
Starry's
Mist.
everywhere. What?
It's the new Sierra Mist.
What was the old Sierra Mist?
Sierra Mist.
Oh, that makes sense.
They got rid of Sierra Mist, and now it's Starry.
That's a Coke or a Pepsi product?
I believe that's a Pepsi.
Just out of nowhere,
Coke is a Sprite.
I see end caps stacked with Starry.
Well, I
thought it was a knockoff. I thought it was a
That's what everybody
knockoff.
thought, because it looks like the design on it and everything looks total knockoff. Like it looks like a straight up like Faygo wannabe.
Yeah, it's like a clip art can or something. Distributed by PepsiCo. Okay. January 2023. Aimed at competing against Sprite and 7-Up, which is owned by Dr. Pepper. Okay. Yeah, out of nowhere, I just see this. I go, I don't know what that is. It looks fake. I haven't seen commercials for it.
They're starting to show up.
Are they?
I've
Okay.
seen some during the playoffs, watching NBA games. There's some Starry commercials and some like pre-roll ads, but
it's a weird
they're
name.
out there. It is weird. Not what I would go.
I mean, Sierra Mist was a dopey name too, but at least you could kind of envision something in your head.
Well, what was Sierra Mist before it was Sierra Mist? It was Slice?
Slice, yes.
Yeah, bring back Slice. I loved Slice, especially an orange slice.
Loved Orange Slice.
Orange Slice was great.
I don't think I've ever had that.
Once in a while. I mean, they
young.
discontinued it like 20 years ago, I think. Okay. But they had Tropicana Slice for a hot minute. Yeah, that Orange Slice, boy.
That Orange Slice was good.
You'd find it in like an old vending machine every so often.
That's always where I would get it from this grocery store that was by our house that ended up becoming, like, it's such an old grocery store that they turned it into an antique mall.
Yep.
Like, but that was the only place.
Still have Orange Slice.
Where you could get Orange Slice when I was a kid.
I was the Surge generation.
Surge was great too.
Surge and Josta.
Why did they discontinue that? Because they said it was so many calories. I was like, that can't be.
I thought it was like a high caffeine content.
But I would say that people have unhealthy drinks all the time. Like, they weren't marketing it as an energy drink, but so what? They could have just, did it change names or they discontinued it altogether?
I just think it never did as well as they thought it was.
No, they brought Surge back like a year ago, I think.
Yeah, but they're not keeping it around. It's still not doing
that was
not Mellow Yellow, but Mountain Dew numbers.
Can you still buy Crunk Juice? Because that was the thing when
Crunk
I'm
Juice.
serious. Oh my God. When you got Crunk Juice on the bus, that was like our go-to. We would go to Mizler's grocery store, which isn't even there. It was in Oberlin, on the main road there. I think it's Ace Hardware now. But we would go to Mizler's grocery store. In the back corner, they would have all the like wrap snacks and like all the. I feel like that was like segregation because it was like the black section. It would have all the cheap snacks, the wrap snacks, and then the Surge was in the cooler, the Crunk Juice. And boy, we would load up on that, and we would be all the rage on the school bus the next morning.
Crunk Juice,
Crunk
Jesus.
Juice. Yeah, man, it was an energy drink before energy drinks were cool.
Yeah, it was Hennessy and Red Bull.
It was not. No, they had a pop version.
I know, but the mixed drink was Hennessy and Red Bull.
Okay.
And then they just probably figured, well, let's can this and foist it on people. But the Crunk Juice was
the Lil Jon Crunk Juice in stores. Oh, it was really good too.
Didn't Surge have like a music festival 20 years ago? Or was that not attached to the soda? There was a thing called the Surge Festival. I remember it coming through Pittsburgh when I was there, and I thought that was like their big marketing push was they had bands that would tour with the Surge banners and stuff. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they brought it back, and then I think it went away again too. Because for a while, you'd end up seeing it at like the Circle K or whatever. Because they were like, this is more hardcore than your other sodies. By the way, if you get to it, we're doing a bunch of Circle K appearances with Cardboard Alan for Mountain Dew Purple Thunder, which is a delicious beverage. So if you get to see the Cardboard Alan, make sure you find that there's a QR code on my palm, and you're going to want to scan that because we're giving away Purple Thunder for a year to somebody. That is 365 days. Imagine if you win in a leap year. Isn't next year a leap year? 2024?
I think so.
We talked about that, I think. There's going to be a February 29th. Yeah, Thursday, February 29th. You get an extra day of Purple Thunder. Like in Norway, Surge was called Urge. They just took the S off. What should we call this? We don't have the money for the S. Let's call it Urge. All right, I got a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get the last word in, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Every September, the biggest names in music take the stage at our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Taylor Swift, Green Day,
Rihanna, 2 nights.
Luke Bryan, Mariah Carey,
on one stage.
Carrie Underwood, Elton John.
Once-in-a-lifetime collaborations like
Can you believe this?
Lady Gaga and Sting.
Lisa here. How you doing?
Florida Georgia Line and Backstreet Boys.
Such an amazing honor.
Mary J. Blige and Prince.
Mary, pleasure's all mine.
Justin Timberlake and Shawn Mendes.
Never done this before.
No Doubt and Pink.
How's everybody?
And more. This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival returns to Las Vegas. You can buy tickets to be there with us before this year's lineup is even announced. Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets. Happening now until 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific.